are open for grabs. I just restarted the stream. Hell yeah. We are going to be playing a game called Poppy's Playland in a little bit, in a couple minutes. We will be. It will, or not a couple minutes, like an hour. So we're going to be big chillin', playing Rainbow for just a couple moments. First redeem, choo choo. Me exclamation give. Choo choo. Here's your million. Second place. You got second redeemed. Jello was our first daily check-in. 100,000. Cheesy was our second. 100,000. Boo Poo got second. Here's your 500,000. Choo Choo's daily check-in. Choo Choo Boo Poo. And Mav. How's everybody doing today? I hope you guys are down to stick around. This is our 18th day completed. And I hope that you guys are down to hang out. After Mav, Bailey. After Bailey, Baby Cake. After Cake, NSG. After NSG, Mystic. Thank you guys. I do appreciate it. Gary, come home. Gary, come home. Gary, I know I was wrong. I messed up and now you're gone. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Alright, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to play Rainbow. For some reason it didn't register with Royce too, so that's why I did a few more raids than I probably should, just to be better safe than sorry. But I think it brought everybody. Hey, no worries, Bailey. I know you're on a trip. Never fear. Never fear. The naenaes spider duck is here. Big chillin', big vibin'. Hope you're doing great. Really appreciate your vibes, homie. I hope I can do better these games. That would be nice. We're going to be playing a scary game in like an hour. If you guys stick around for that, I would appreciate it. Should probably should download it and get it ready after this. How are you, Dark? Yeah, I'm officially a goblin shitter. Thank you guys for the daily check-ins. Forgot to do that. That reminds me. That reminds me.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker. Yo, Capalod. Hello, Capalod. You're in our game. Really appreciate the follow, man. It means a lot, dude. We've been streaming the last 18 days straight. For real, for real. Putting in some time. 631st day streaming every day. The meme is massive. I know you guys were on a team. You guys were saying my mic was echoing, so I just decided to... Teammates being racist? Yeah, I just mute them all. I don't give any energy into that. I just mute. As soon as I hear one thing negative, I just mute everybody. And I'm sorry that they are like that. Some people were raised weird and you can't do anything about it, so... As long as you don't focus on that energy, you'll live a great life, dude. But welcome to the stream. Thank you for the first time chat and the follow, and I really appreciate knowing you. W Hulk.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
Low taper player. Low taper player. The meme is massive.
Hello, motherfucker.
Low taper player. Low taper
Motherfucker.
player.
How's everybody doing? Swayze, thank you for the daily check-in. Anybody who hasn't done the daily check-in, I'd really appreciate it. Don't spend all your points. Bruh, I hope you guys decided to do the daily check-in as well. Thank you. Fun fact, personal fact, or fun fact?
Low
Low taper fade. The meme is massive. Low taper fade. We're pushing through the pain of Rainbow Six. And everybody welcome Capalot to our team, and I'm gonna unmute Capalot. Because he's a cool guy. He's passed the vibe check.
Yep. That was good, bro.
As long as you have them muted, because I don't want to hear that echo. Or I don't know if you have an echo, but like
Oh, yeah,
sometimes.
No, I don't have them muted. I mean, I do have them muted.
Weirdos! They forgot how to naenaes. Or they'd be living a better life. Loki. Siege has been pain. Siege has been something.
Yo, bro, how long you been like going live for?
Every day for the last 631 days since June 16, 2023. This stream has been going on for 18 days straight since 11 minutes ago.
This is how the story goes.
Yeah, this is how the story goes. I'm in the thick of it. Ah, just got slammed.
I got you, Royce.
You got it! Good shit. This man's crazy. Oh, he's outside. Yeah, good shit, good shit. He can't get it. It's impossible.
Oh my god, oh my god.
He cannot get it. Let's freaking go. They're yelling at their team right now. You sold it!
This is like my first time ever playing with a streamer, so I got really nervous.
You got nervous. That's actually, that means a lot, brother. I don't think I'm anything like that, brother. I think that one day we will.
That's a lot.
I had 10 average for 22 months. 22 months of pushing and putting in the work. I think that one day soon Jinxie's gonna raid. I know two of his really good friends raid bullies and Skype, and I think that I will have the opportunity one of these days. One of his moderators, Viternet, said that Jinxie would be proud of me if he knew the days that I streamed in a row. That he's gonna get me the content creator badge in Jinxie's server. Actually, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, he was like playing on PlayStation. He was like doing 1v1s.
Interesting. I think that was some sunny day. We will trust the process. Vite said if I had 7,000 members in our community that he could get me the content creator role in Jinxie's server. And his server has 110,000 people in it. Hello, Shalane. Oblivion. It's early. Oh my gosh, I sold. I'm dead. I'm dead! I'm dead! Oh, fuck, I should have just shut my mouth, to be honest. I could have locked. Got early. Let's go! Might end up playing the scary game earlier then. I just have to get prepared. Gotta get mentally prepared. Thank you for the daily check-ins. I have to still buy them and download them, so I'm probably going to prepare it after this. And we met somebody really cool in game chat. He's the only cool guy. And he has morals and values because that our teammates are racist and he's better than that. So I mean, that makes him
Yeah, the teammates are just like screaming like racist stuff.
Have you heard of like the energy that you give people, energy that like you're around, you listen to that, then you're gonna have a shitty day, and that as soon as I hear anything negative, I just mute them and go with my freaking day. be honest, because they're not worth the energy. They're like
I mean,
vampires.
the teammates are making fun of me right now, but like, I'm not paying attention.
Hey, guess what? Listen. Let me do it slower. They can listen to me thug shake, bro. For real. I hope they like that. I was just making it clap in the mic. If they want to make fun of me, they can just at least listen to me. At least listen to me thug shake. Man, I'm kidding. You have no idea how many people have reported me, brother. Have gone to my clips and tried to report me. And guess what? They can try, but Twitch will see that I've streamed this many days in a row and that I've benefited. Do it. You'll be the second TK of the day. Let's do it, baby. I want you to, bro. Our record's 13 in one stream.
Don't team kill him.
Let's fucking go! Let's motherfucking go!
Why are you celebrating his...
I love that shit. I fucking love that shit. Our record's 13 TKs in one day. We've gotten 2 TKs today. 2! Are you motherfucking ready? Let's go. Let's freaking go. We have never lost. We have never lost a game.
Oh my god.
Yes! He got it. Ladies and gentlemen. Vern, how does that dirt taste? 6 feet under. I hope you like it, motherfucker. Now that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a TK.
I got trauma clutch right here, Royce.
Hey, Brick, you wanna know what that means? That means you're a snitch, and that snitches get stitches, brother. He's ready! You got it. You see him, yep. Yep.
Wow.
That corridor that you're looking at, Pack. Brother's about to shoot him with a Gon 6. You fucking... You suck! He sucks! That was the greatest match. We've never lost a game. Let's go! Fucking racist.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. But me miss myself. Low taper pain. Low taper pain.
Alright, I'm gonna buy the games. I'm gonna buy the scary games. Do you see we're gonna just ignore it. Ignore any trolls, ignore any hate. If they want to say anything in chat, they'll go in restrict mode. I'm not tolerating that.
Low taper pain. But me miss myself.
I'm gonna get 2 of the games. I'm gonna get Poppy Playtime and then Poppy Playtime 2. Capalot, I didn't hear what you said. My stream didn't hear you either, so just chill, brother. I'm only looking for good vibes and good energy. If you sell out for $10, what kind of man are you? If you sell out for $10 fucking dollars, what kind of man are you? Morals and values. Care about yourself a little bit. Oblivion, Please don't give him attention. That's... Sometimes makes me wonder. Right now, I'm trying to get my freaking passwords, and I don't know how to get my passwords. One thing about me is that I will never fucking sell out. That's something that somebody could offer me any amount of money, and then I'm not gonna sell out. I forgot how to get my passwords on mobile. As soon as I find it, I'll get it. What's up, Some? Thank you for the first time chat. Just know that I am a zero tolerance for negative. As soon as you are negative, I'm not giving nobody any chances. Just because of the last game that I played, zero tolerance. As soon as you say one thing I don't like, restrict mode. And restrict mode, nobody will see your message ever. You'll be in the shadow realm for all existence, and I'm leaving you there. I'm just letting you know that today's not the day to mess with me. I'm just looking for vibes. I'm about to play a scary game on stream for the first time ever, and it's going to be under Rainbow Six category. We're going to be playing Rainbow Six. I am a lover. I'm not a hater. No matter what, even if people hate me, I'm not going to hate them because hate is negative. It's evil energy. Have you ever heard of this? Have you ever heard people say when you hate somebody, that means you want to kill them? I wouldn't want to do that. I would not want to do that. I love people. For real, for real. You do unto others what you want done unto you. That if you give me that bad energy, guess what? I'm going to give you that bad energy. No, I'm just playing. I'm not. Two wrongs don't make a right. I will be good unto you no matter what, even if you're a negative Nancy. I need to get naenaes. That's something that I need to do. Like right now. Alright, I think I'm going to look it up instead of wasting time. Some, are you still listening? How did you find the stream? Thank you for the first time chat, man. Welcome, homie. You're Joni's brother. Welcome, man. Welcome. Alright, I got my password. Now I just type in the password. Low taper fade. The meme is massive. Low taper fade. No way I have to type my password in again. Alright, I got Poppy Playtime 1 and 2. I just bought them, so... Now we're gonna mentally prepare. We're gonna mentally prepare and...
Low taper playing. Low taper playing. The meme is massive.
Sam, is this the first time you've ever watched my stream?
Low taper playing. Low taper playing.
I'm sorry that I lost a little bit of my energy. It's just... I overthink a lot, is all. I hate that part of me. No, I'm not gonna let him. I'm not gonna let him. I'm just annoyed with society and how much that brother really cared about me. He obviously didn't care shit about me. The fact that he would, I don't know, it makes me realize that people are fucked. I'm not gonna give him any more attention. Who was first and second for today? Boopoo was second. Who was first? First redeem, Choo Choo. Right, I'm getting a story made. Go crazy. Go stupid. Go crazy. Go stupid. Go crazy. Go stupid.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset. Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset. Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset. Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset. Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset. Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset.
Thorn asked when am I starting it? I honestly don't know. I want to make sure we have the people first.
Low taper pain.
Make sure everybody that wants to watch is here.
Low taper pain. The meme is mindset.
Why do you ask? I'm curious. I think that's a good thing, actually.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset. Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset.
Getting out of hand. I'm just in a lot of back pain right now. I think I'm dying, actually. I think I'm dead. More like. There shouldn't be a limit. There should not be a limit. You should be able to do as many times as you want. You can do whatever you want in my stream. Whatever makes you happy, brother. Hey, Prototype, you have no idea, brother. You're not the ones. You guys are keeping my stream going, man. It keeps my stream going. Interaction channel points keep my stream going. It is not a bad thing. It is not something that... Exactly. Thanks, bro. I mean, not while you're there. Not while you're there. People still redeem it. You're just not there. Sucks to be you, brother. I'm gonna get naenaed. 1 second, guys.
Hello, motherfucker.
Somebody want to help me give points today? How can I help? If I give you like 3 million points, would you like to give it to people who do the daily check-in? Should we go on the waiting screen or should we sit on the screen? I'm honestly waiting for another 15 minutes. I'll probably start it. Maybe, I don't know. I would get a copy and paste. I'd get a copy and paste and do it that way. But yeah, that's a new thing that we've been doing, is allowing our community to give the points out. If anybody would like to be helpers, Joni is the third out of the helpers. Lino, Temp, and Juicy Joni have been 3 people who have been helping me give points. But do you understand like how like it can get a lot though? Do you know what I'm saying? Like over time, it adds up. But like as soon as you feel like it's an obligation, you don't have to do it, man. I get somebody else. I don't want anybody like, because I know it'll add up over time, and that I will eventually help you in some way or another. But I can also do it. It's just I've been doing it so much and it's burning me out. Hello, Font. How are you, Font? How's everybody doing? I hope you guys are down to stick around and watch the scary game. How scary does it look? Hell yeah, W, man. Hey, man, these games look pretty cool. How are you, dude? I got 2 of them. I got this one and then this one. Probably start in like 12 minutes. We are 18 days into the long stream. I've seen Meaty Marley play it. I don't know if it's my game. I'm getting burned out of Siege. Earlier I was playing it because I had to. Do you guys know what kind of pain that is? It's true pain. That's what kind of pain it is. I like to tease people and give them one bread. Hell yeah, brother. I'm sorry, brother. Is there anything I can do? My moderators don't have any expectations, really, man, except just be my friend, you know? You're a great guy. You're a great dad. Just a great person in general, and I'm very, very lucky to know you, man. So, whatever burnout you're feeling goes away, because you don't deserve it. You deserve greatness, man. Hey, Font. Bro, I am getting tired of Siege so much that I know what you mean. Maybe not in other ways, but like playing something that you don't necessarily want to play, it's fucked. It's literally fucked. I don't know how to explain it. It's not fun. It is not fun when I just keep getting slammed. Sometimes I do the slamming, but it's just not fun. Royce, Oblivion. I think 7. I'll probably start it in like 9 minutes. Like $15. I got it on sale. Siege kills me. 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 I don't remember Oblivion. I think so. I think it came with like 12 operators. The Last of Us was fun watching them go through it. Range of emotions. Last of Us 1 or Last of Us 2? Is it free to play now? I don't think it was free to play March 2024. Wait, in March 2023, I mean? The second one is better in my opinion. I like the second one more. I think he will too. I think he will as well, because you can do more. Hell yeah, Laddish, are you down to hang out with us? Probably gonna start it in a bit. Watch Varsity. I have. Daily check-in, anybody? Probably gonna get the game going in 5 minutes or so. Let's go. Who's down to stick around for this scary game? No! No! Let's go. Alright. I need to prepare mentally because this is about to be scary. Should I turn off my lights? I'm just playing. I probably shouldn't. Just because it'll make my green screen not work. You think I'm gonna scream?
Let him cook!
You think I'm gonna scream and
I
shout
said
and let it all out?
Let him cook!
I hope not. You gotta make it possible, Roaster. You have to make the word or phrase possible. If you do, I want to actually be able to say it. Some people give me some crazy shit. They expect me to be able to say it, and that's something that... ...3 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna start it. Hey, I'm gonna go pee so that I don't, I'm gonna go pee so that I don't... Oh, you're supposed to send it to me in DMs. Peeing buddies. That's why it's called a secret. You're supposed to send it to me in the DMs. I'm supposed to do it on stream as a secret. W, it might be perfect for you, you know?
let him cook! I said let him cook!
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is massive.
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping. Naenaes, hurry up.
On it! On it! I'm on it right now. Please don't hurt me. Please. Please. All right, now try it. All right, is it working now? Can you? Oblivion. It was working fine before. What the fuck? Oblivion. Yeah, that was me testing it. It didn't even work. No worries, Oblivion. It's definitely not your fault. Oh, fuck. Oblivion! Come on! I'm just playing, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna figure it out.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain.
I know that works. I know it works. But it doesn't work when I do it. It's the only thing. I was kidding. It's not your fault. I'm gonna fix it. Don't worry.
Hello, motherfucker.
It works. It works. It works. It works. It works.
Low taper pain. The move is mindset.
Or no. Or no. Or no, it doesn't work. I fucking lied. I fucking lied. That's so weird. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna add him back.
Low taper pain.
So the low taper fade will work, but nothing else will work.
The move is mindset.
Oh man, that was something. So I bet we play Poppy Playtime Chapter 2 and then we play Poppy Playtime Chapter 1. That makes the most sense to me. Don't apologize. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You really think I would do that? Hey, Font. Remember when you learned? Remember when you learned that I watch Squid Games backwards? I could play the games backwards. I remember that, Font. When I All right, now that we're ready, we have to naenae. We have to naenae Spider Duck.
motherfucker.
Remy, sit. Speak.
Fuck.
Good boy.
No. A big fault.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mindset.
I'm almost ready, guys. I'm almost ready. I'm getting a low taper fade done.
The meme is mindset.
Get prepared for a journey. Make sure you are all prepared and have yourself ready for the time of naenaes. I don't know if I'm gonna be okay. I think I'm scared. I think I'm scared right now. So scared. I've never been so scared. What would you do in that situation, Oblivion? I'll protect you. I'm honored. I'm honored to be protected by my gang. We're building an army. We are building an army. We could take on any other streamer and we would win. For real, for real. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. We might be... we might be the one who knocks. We've never lost. Not once in our life. Not once ever. Bro? Bro what? I don't know what I'm doing, bro. I'm scared. I'm shaking right now. I can't. I can't do it. Dimitri. Hey, Dimitri. Thank you for the first time chat. I don't know if you know this about a first time chat, but unlike a follow can be followed and unfollowed, but a first time chat can never be unfirst time chatted. So, like, you're permanently, forever will be here, never to be
Surprise,
ever
motherfucker.
unchatted ever again. Yo, surprise, motherfucker! Thank you, brother. You put us at 3,646 members of our community. I welcome you in. And I'm playing a game called Rainbow Six. This is what that game looks like. And I hope you are in for a wild journey ahead. And thank you, Votable. We've been streaming for... Make sure to do the daily check-in. I'll refund your points if you want me to. Only him, since he's new. He doesn't have very many. But I really do appreciate it. Thank you for following. Thank you for joining us. And I really hope that you'd be down to get to know us. And Joni, if you'd like to give him some bread, 100,000. Every day you do daily check-in, you get 100,000. And I hope you're doing good, man. For real. Welcome to the stream. No! You get out, motherfucker! You get out. Don't tell me to get out. I'll tell you to get out.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello. Hey, guys. I am having a great night, and I really appreciate the good vibes. I checked in. Hell yeah. And my boy Juicy is helping me out, give some points out. Every time you do the daily check-in, you can do it once a day. I've been streaming for the last 18 days straight. 18 days and 1 hour. So the stream does not end. Can somebody show him watch time? Hell yeah, Lino's a W. Thank you, Lino. Thank you guys for the daily check-ins. I appreciate it. I'm not all there right now, but we'll get there. Trust the process. We're about to get spooked ladies and gentlemen. And I have to calculate the teams winning of the first week. So I think it's a new week. It is a new week. So the teams that were there before are no longer the same teams. I have to calculate who won, and I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I promise. I promise. I have to do it tomorrow. And so that means that nobody has a team. You need 3, and your watch time is combined with somebody else. So we will be doing this every week. So it is a fun thing. It's a fun thing. Can you guys tell that my brain says no? It says I'm not all there right now. I think we're about to start. I'm typing with one hand because that's what we do. We type with one hand in this house. Oh yeah, Lino is the other helper. Lino, Temp, and GC have decided they want to help me with points. And if you do a daily check-in, then you'll get your points. All right, I think I'm gonna stop teasing you guys and actually get it going in a second. After we drink some Capri Suns. You just, I don't know, bro. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Do you see this? Look at this. You see this shit? Did you know that? Did you know that Kai is a man? I learned that today. It's okay. It's okay. I just didn't know that for a moment. Capri Suns. Capri Suns. Mmm. 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 Well, guess what, bro? You got a pink name, man. You might be the trickster. You might be the trickster! Whoa! Hey, somebody give my boy Demi bread. Somebody give him bread. Don't let this man go broke. Don't let this man go broke, for real. Because we got each other around here. Because we're nice like that. Because we're good people. I don't know, bro. I'm sorry I'm teasing you guys. I'm teasing myself mainly. I forgot how to type, low-key. Yo, Demi. Tell us a little bit about yourself. And join the Discord. And are you ready for Rainbow Six? If I can get Demi to do the naenaes spider duck follow emote, I'll start it right now. I'll start it right now if we can get Demi to use the naenaes spider duck emote. Demi, you gotta do the nene. You gotta nene spider duck for us, brother. Juicy's gonna miss out on this game. Demi, do you know how to use the nene spider duck? Hey Lino, would you like to give daily check-ins? You don't have to. Yo, Demi, you have to use the Nene Spider Duck. If you want me to start the game, you have to use this emote. You have it. You have it, you just have to use it. We're not going nowhere until he does. No. I'm hungry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Got 19 coins. Yo, bro, do you know how to use emotes? Will not be able to keep up. Half here. No worries, bro. Oblivion. Would you like to give people points? Duke or Choo Choo? I would just give you like probably like 3 million to give when people do daily check-ins. Or Jello. But I think Unk. Demi! Use the damn follow emo! Use the damn Nene Spider Duck! Use the damn Nene Spider Duck. It's a follow emo. It looks like a Nene Spider Duck. You have to use it. Please. Should I stay up late tonight? Who gave this man 1,000,000 bread? He did it. He did it! He did it! He did it! Yo! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Thank you! Myers, thank you for the raid. Anybody who's not following Myers, please follow Myers. Thank you so much, dude. How's your night going? We're about to play a scary spooky. I'm about to scare myself. And I hope you're having an absolutely amazing night. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. And how did your stream go? And any of my homies who would do me a favor and follow Thick Tan Myers. I just shouted them out. If you would follow, I would really appreciate it. They would appreciate it. All around. W energy all around. Alright, I'm scared, guys. I don't want to play. Can somebody just tell me to man the fuck up already? Who wants me to do it? Who wants me to do it? I'll do it. What made you raid me, man? Thank you. Ah! Ah! A tight squeeze. As an ex-employee of Playtime Co., you finally returned to the factory many years after everybody within disappeared. Are you ready? Doesn't that guy look real friendly? He looks like a nice guy. That might be your sidekick. Might be your friend. I think I'm ready. 15 more seconds.
You are about to see the most incredible doll ever invented. Her name is Poppy, and she is the first truly intelligent doll in the world. A little girl can talk to her. Poppy gives her answers. She is the first doll actually able to have a conversation with a child. Hard to believe?
No!
As a real girl, and she talks like one too.
Hi, my name is Poppy. I love you. Can you help me polish my shoes?
Why, of course, Poppy. Just like a real girl, Poppy.
I'm scared. I don't like it.
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't like dolls. That's freaky. That has been one of my fears since I was a little kid.
You'd like to say, Poppy?
I'm a real girl. Just like you.
It's actually fucking terrifying.
And if you've ever wanted to see how all of
Have you ever heard of Annabelle?
toys were created, Playtime
That shit's
is
scary.
offering factory tours at just $2.99 a person. An entire hour in the most magical toy factory on Earth. What are you waiting for? Come visit the factory. We can't...
So I got the first 2 games already installed. So if we like this one, we'll play the other one. There's a third too. I'll probably get that one tomorrow. I didn't read that. Fuck. What did that say? This looks cool. I like this. Okay, this feels like Rainbow Six minus 100. Don't be afraid. I'm not scared. What do you think this is? You think I'm a scaredy cat? Samsy, how are you? Nicole, how are you doing tonight? How do I run? Okay. Boo! I'm playing IRL Simulator. This is Rainbow Six. We're playing Rainbow Six. How do I pick things up? I want to grab things. My fucking Elgato, what is it doing? That was so weird. Thank you for telling me. My Elgato just had a problem. I had to deactivate it and reactivate it. Used to tell the kids never to be afraid of the monster. Sleep. The monsters are afraid of me. They won't bother you. You're welcome. If Facts, monsters are afraid of me. If that happens again, you have to tell me, because that was freaky. Fucker. It's the floor, it's the floor, it's the floor. Hey, will it lead me to eventually? Or am I missing out on something? Because I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cheat. I'm not going to cheat. I'll figure it out some way or another. What the fuck? I know this is lame. I know this is fucking lame. Okay, I'm about to fight someone. I'm gonna get it. Don't nobody cheat. Nobody cheat, bro. Oh fuck. Lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. There's only one, two. How many shades of red? There's only one shade of red, two shades of blue, one yellow. Which shade of red is it? It's... Um. I could have sworn I was right. Is this multiplayer? I don't know. Light blue, red. Am I tripping, or is there no different colors? Or not, are these different? Are they the same? Oh, I can see now. I can fucking see now. I need to fucking turn my sensitivity down. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Reset. Alright. So there's only one kind of blue. There are two colors of yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yellow, red, blue, yellow. Yo, blue, yellow, red. Are these the same colors? I don't know. I don't fucking know. What was I supposed to fucking do? How does somebody figure this out? Oh, okay. I grabbed something.
Hi, my name is Lathe.
Fuck yeah! Progress!
Toy Factory. If you're seeing this, then you're trespassing. Yeah, we play this little tape on loop whenever we close the factory for the day. So, trespasser, just to make you aware, while we pride ourselves primarily on our high-quality toys and excellent child care, we also pride ourselves on our security. For example, this facility is full of hidden motion triggers, which, once set off, will turn on the factory's emergency alarms and directly contact the authorities. And that's one of the more tame aspects of our security system. No spoilers. So, you've got my warning. It's not too late to turn around. I just hope that you're certain whatever you're doing is worth it.
Don't tell me that was not it. Hello, Skag. Can we click it more than once? A fucking hard game. It's called Poppy Playland. Siege. Yeah, we're playing Siege. Disappointment of a game. I'm just playing. Yeah, this is Siege, and I'm letting everybody down right now, so it's unfortunate. Investigate the sound in the first room. Is this the first room right here?
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
I'm playing like a shitter. I'm doing good, how are you? You're too tired? I'm sorry, brother. That sucks, man. Who rated out? Who is this? Wayne. Skag, you ended. Alright. How do I grab the train? And I hope I go to walk with the doggo. That's gonna clear my mind. Yo. Cheater, cheater, cheater. Green, pink, yellow, red. Green, pink, yellow, red. I tried to do that. But my memory. Green, pink, yellow, red. I just did that. All my life I just did that. I forgot the fucking order. I forgot the order. I knew it was the train cars. On my life, Oblivion. I wouldn't lie about that. I have a bad memory. I went over there, looked at the train cars. I saw the arrow. I'll show you. I'll show you the arrows on the car. I'll literally show you. Green, pink, yellow, red. That was way too fucking hard. That was way too hard. Oblivion, we're playing this together, alright? We did it at the same time. How about that? I did that myself. Oh, you're coming with me, brother. You're mine now. I know where to go from here, because big brain shit. Do you remember steps do not grab coworkers? Who the fuck do you think that I am? You say I'm a monster. He's friendly, right? Good. Hug me. I know this is kind of... Oh, okay. Okay, progress. Oh shit! He's not there anymore. Uh-oh. That means he's probably gonna frickin' get me if I don't be careful. Because I slapped him. No, you slapped him. You did it. Say no to danger. Hello, Pie. Thank you for the daily check-in. Huggy Wuggy went to look for you. He went to see if I'm okay. Aw, he wants to go check on me? Aw, that's nice of him. Aw, he's a good friend. Another fucking mind game. Are you fucking with me right now? Physics. Physics. Oh, that just opened the door. So smart. Physics. Science. Now let's see if we can get this. We have to get up there. We're gonna move these boxes. How about that? It's not gonna let me move the boxes. There's no easy way up there. There's no easy way. What are those? Oh, I get it. I get it now. I need to find all 4 of those and then go put it back up there. And as soon as I do that, I just have to find the other 4. Anybody like this new Rainbow Six Siege update? Alright. Oh, there he is! What the fuck? We did it! We did it! We did it! Thank you, Choo Choo. Hello, hello, Goose. We got all of them. That took way too long. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm about to have a red hand. Yay! I got 2! How's everybody doing tonight? Gad, how are you? How's everybody doing? Sorry, my brain's not working. Buttery. Oh fuck, I don't know what I'm doing. What the fuck is going on? We're gonna pause really quick and Nene, I need to see some naenaes. I need to see some naenaes stat. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing good. Buttery, how are you doing tonight? What do you think of the new Rainbow Six update? I hope you like it.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is massive.
Low taper vein. The meme is massive. Low taper vein. Do 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 do. Yeah. Low taper vein. The meme is massive. Low taper vein. If we get another one, please. Can we actually get 3 more? Yeah, and a hype song. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Low taper pain.
Low taper vein. The memes are massive. Alright, you guys ready? You can keep track of that to yourself, Choo Choo, if you like, and let me know in Discord. This is called Rainbow Six Siege. Have you ever played Rainbow? Why do I feel like I'm running IRL? I'm confused. Okay. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. Give me a second. I'm figuring it out. I fucked it up. Damn it. Uh, hello. How's everybody doing? Thank you for the daily check-in. Are you witnessing what I'm witnessing? Birth. Don't look back! Motherfucker. Motherfucker. I didn't know what I was doing. Are we even ready for this? Go faster! No! to learn how to freaking crouch. No! Are you fucking kidding me? My freaking control freak was falling off. Oh, I fucked up. Oh my gosh, I fucked up! No!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! Ah, no! Fucker! Gina, thank you. I really do appreciate you, homie. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're down to hang out and get to know us a little bit. It's a thought that counts. I really do appreciate your time, and I'd love to get to know you a little bit. This is Rainbow Six. I don't know if you noticed. Fucker. I wasn't paying attention for a second. He might have got me. All right, we're getting there. Siege is a hard game. Fucker! Die, motherfucker! Stay dead, bitch. I don't know what rank this is, but we've gone too far. Let's listen to this tape and Camp 1.
Final log. In relation. Experiment 1006. The prototype. Coordination and cooperation is evidently within his skill set, as well as the skill set of all other experiments of his type. Though still missing, today's events are no doubt in relation to him. His absence was a flaw in the scientific process, which should have under no circumstances been left unaccounted for. That's why I'm making this log, so that the same mistake won't be made twice. Any future experiments will need to be contained and disposed of in a secure location. I'm not worried about myself. One breakthrough and I'll be back. We must forge onwards in the name of science, whether those who are beneath us understand it or not. End of...
You're talking when you have ADHD too? Yeah, I have crazy ADHD. I'm ADHD mode. And thanks for asking, homie. I think it's actually ADHD is probably what makes me really good at focusing in Siege, and it helps me in a lot of different ways. I know a lot about mycology, the study of fungi, and I love to improve. I love to grow. And this is trippy. I don't know how I'm still alive. I made it past that part. Interesting. This is...
Opened my case.
Is that it? Good thing we have the second one. Might even have to get the third one tonight. I think I beat that within an hour. How's everybody doing tonight? Insane. How's your stream going? Keep it up, homie. I believe in you. Stream's going amazing. Greatest. I've been streaming for 18 days straight. 18 days, 2 hours, 40 minutes. And it has been a lot of great fun. I've met a lot of awesome people and thanks. I've done something similar like this before, and doing it again, it's even better. I think we'll start the second game. You put us at a new record of 3,647 members in our community. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
With Playtime Co.'s new patented elastic plastic, you can stretch, pull, and twist Mommy Longlegs in the craziest ways. She loves watching you play.
That's pretty
You're having
fucked.
fun, she's having fun. The new Mommy Longlegs from Playtime Co. What's the time?
I've been streaming every single day since June 16, 2023. 631 days streaming in less than 3 hours or so, or 3 hours and 15 minutes or so. It'll be my 632nd day streaming every single day. And you have to find it. Truly, you have to find it. You can't have anything that's making you stream. I'll give you an example. Some people only stream when they have a friend playing with them. You can't have that. You have to have... You're doing it for you. You're not doing it for anybody else. You're doing it for your own being. You're not Twitch partner yet. It took me 22 months of streaming every single day to find people, to slowly find community that really cares about me. Who can play on that fucking sense? I believe in you though, anything's possible. Truly. Put your mind to it. So Jello recommended you to the stream? Thank you, Jello. Thank you for joining, Gina. I do appreciate your time. I'm chilling. This is Rainbow Six. I don't know if you noticed. I'm a big Rainbow Six guy. I only play Rainbow Six. So I don't ever switch up and play another game. Okay. Scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky. Scary, 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 spooky, scary, scary. I don't think we're playing this game anymore. I think we're done. I think we're calling that. I'm just kidding. While we're here, I'm gonna get the third one. So we'll play all three of them through and through. Gina, you don't know, it could say one person and I would still shout you out and hype you up. Some people fake rate, and so, like earlier, they rated me with one person, they didn't stop their stream, and then they rated another guy with one person, and they rated another guy. But, especially if Jello recommended you, I would hype you up, for real. I do appreciate it, man. It does boost the algorithm. Like, you join it as it is, boost the algorithm. And the stream never ends. So, I mean, you guys could get your watch time up. You don't have to. hang out. I'm chilling. Kicked you out. Hell yeah. I'm about to lock. I'm about to get this shit going in a second. Don't tell me there's frame drop. No frame drop. You want me to thug shake? That's me thug shaking. Good. I'm glad. I am glad. All right. So I got him. So I think we can start it. I'm kind of hungry. I think. Yeah, a lot of people here are streamers. You guys could follow each other, help each other out in the best way possible. You could put your link in the self promo on my Discord, and or even just message me when you go live, and I'll really try to be there. For real, for real. Like, I want to help people. Do whatever I can to help a fellow homie. For real. I make things for people. Do it for free. I try. I try, homie. I try. Alright, I think we're almost ready. I have the third one installing, so when this one's done, we'll have the third one. And you guys are W's. Greatest friends it could ever have, for real. Parkour. Yo! 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 Enjoy the Discord! What do you mean? Just stay in the Discord for a second and I'll give you a roll. You did? It didn't. It's not letting me see it for some reason. What's your name? Actually, never mind. I had something in the... I had something in the search bar. And that's why I couldn't see you. Alright, I'm good. Trust the process. Yes! No, actually, thank you. Thank you very much. Cause you're a hilarious guy, man. Fucker! We have to do it over. Did it. That's how you do it. Bro, don't even play.
Playtime Co. is the product of a great man by the name of Elliot Ludwig. Divorced, but a family man at heart. His sights were always set on bringing amazing toys to amazing children around the globe. Ludwig spent countless hours in the factory, working overtime relentlessly in an attempt to continuously innovate and surprise. In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest. But with so much ambition, he rose back up and continued to fulfill his vision for the Playtime Co. toy factory. Ludwig could never be content leaving a project unfinished. But just how did one man come to create such an astounding empire? How did he manage to stay determined even after suffering such a tragic loss? It all began in the fateful year of 19...
Diet Dr. Kelp. Energy drink time. This shit's about to get started.
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
You didn't scare me. I'm not scared of you, motherfucker.
Power back on.
I'll kill you, bitch.
I wanted to thank you for freeing me. I was stuck in there for so long.
Shut up!
I'd like to pay you back. There's a train station nearby. It needs a code, and I have it. We're gonna get out of here.
I'm getting out of here.
You get on up here.
You're not going nowhere. I'm getting out of here.
Come on.
What if I don't want to?
While I'm still a doll. Don't you want to come with me? Where's Dad?
It's Kai, Jello. That's a dude. Just letting you know.
I'm up here. I see you. I should be able to follow you through the fence. This way.
Oh, this one's life or death. Gotta push her off. Get the fuck off, motherfucker.
I'm going to need you to trust me.
Good. Good. I'd snatch your bitch ass up too, for real, if I could. Should I just jump? I'm coming. I'm coming for you! This feels like Discord. You give hugs. I don't don't think I'll... Don't hug me. You're not allowed. You're cringe. You motherfucker. You cringe. I'm just playing. Have you seen some shit? Oh man, I've seen some shit.
Isn't this exciting, Poppy? Very exciting, Mommy. Mommy heard that Miss Poppy was going to just give you the train code to escape. Now, how is that fun? Instead,
Better! Better!
the game station is still working. It will be just like old times. And if you win all 3 games, I'll give you the train code. Mommy loves that idea, Poppy. Oh, you're going to have so much fun. Head to musical memory, and Mommy will get things started. Obey the rules, or I'll tear you apart and eat your insides while you're still alive.
Did she just threaten my life?
Preparing for departure in 3, 2,
Hi, kids. Welcome to the game station. I'm Stella, and we've got 3 super duper fun games to play. These little tests show us just how crazy strong and smart you are. Follow Mommy Longlegs down the stairs, and we'll start by playing musical memory.
My red hand's gone. They stole my red hand. They can't do that to me. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. Give me a second. You fucking with me right now? Oh my gosh, what the fuck? Is new? Hell yeah.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain.
Low Daver vein. Hello, awesome. What do you think of Rainbow Six's new Rainbow Six's new update? You get out. Am I the funniest? No paint in machine. The meme is massive. Are you actually? No way, I just built myself a green hand. There's no way I just built myself a green hand. Why is my freaking green screen doing that? Oh, I'm tired. Choo-choo, that's why you do it, man. I got a green hand.
Welcome to Musical Memory. This advanced memory and cognitive recognition test is designed to stimulate several segments of the brain, allowing us to see how quickly and efficiently your brain works. A sequence of colors will be shown, and you must recreate the exact sequence using the buttons around you.
I got a thug shake.
Bunzo will slowly lower towards you. When you complete a color pattern correctly, Bunzo
Making a clap for you, brother. Making a clap for you,
when
man.
you put a pattern incorrectly, Bunzo will lower towards you faster. If Bunzo reaches you, your test is over. The test will become more difficult as it continues, with longer patterns in quicker succession. That's all. Good luck.
Did that brother just threaten me?
Oh, isn't it amazing? Mommy hasn't seen the place up and running in years. Mommy can only imagine how excited Bunzo must be. It's been such
Not
a
too bad.
long
Good night.
time since he's been able to play.
Thank you for your vibes. Lucky to meet you. Sorry I'm a little tired. But I hope you have a great night, for real.
The dinner bell. Good luck.
Yellow. Yellow. Blue. Yellow. Blue. Red. Yellow. Blue. Red. Blue.
2. Blue. Blue, red. Blue, red, green. Blue, red, green, blue. Blue, red, green, blue, green. Blue, red, green, blue, green, violet. Round 3. White. White, orange.
Is that orange? No, that's...
Orange.
I can't fucking see.
White, orange, violet. White, orange, violet, yellow. White, orange, violet, yellow, violet. White, orange, violet, yellow, violet, green. White, orange, violet, yellow, violet, green.
White. White. Orange. Violet. No! Fuck, I was so close.
Violet. Violet. Violet, orange.
What? That's not orange!
Violet, orange, blue. Violet, orange, blue, orange. Violet, orange, blue, orange, white. Round 4. Blue. Blue, J.
Blue what?
Blue, J, heart. Blue, J, heart, yellow.
Blue. J. R.
Blue, J, heart, yellow, Y.
Blue. J. R. Yellow. I.
Blue, J, heart, yellow, Y, white.
Blue. J. Heart. Yellow. Pie.
red, white, violet, violet, white, massive yellow, white, violet, white, smiley face, smiley face, green, Morgan, massive Morgan, white, white, smiley face, violet, heart, revenue, white, white, violet, white, Morgan, revenue, white, Morgan, massive,
Fucker, how am I supposed to win that? There's no way. Okay, I gotta pick one and I just have to spam it. I have to pick one and spam it. That's the only way. You guys don't know how close I was to cheating. I was about to fucking write him down. That would have been hard though. Oh my god, I fucking got it! What? How am I supposed to do this? Low taper fade. The meme is massive. Low taper fade. Okay, I got it.
It broke. That's no fun.
Fuck you, motherfucker. I'll fight you, bitch.
Splendid job. Mommy has decided to give you part of the code for the train. Look up. Take it.
No, I don't want to. Don't tell me what to do, motherfucker. Alright, I'm about to lock in a second. That was a memory test, if I've ever taken a memory test. I should be able to remember shit till next year, brother, for real. Yo, naenaes spider duck if you want to bite of these peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. W Mav.
Low taper pain. Low taper pain. The meme is mine.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Jax! Why? Jax! Jax might be crazy. Thank you so much, Jax. I really appreciate you. You're the greatest. You're the greatest friend I could ever ask for.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thorn! Oh, man. I'm about to smash this sandwich even more. Thank you so much, Thorn. Thank you so much, Jax.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hype train shit. Jax, Jean, you just gifted Gina. She's new. And you gifted Sick. You gifted Danny. You gifted Rexon. You gifted Schlep Foden. Thank you so much. You're amazing. You're truly amazing. Thank you so much, Jax. Thorn, thank you so much. For real, for real. You guys both are really incredible. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? I think you have the hype train badge now. That's freaking hype. I really appreciate that. And anything that I can do for you, just name it. Let me know. You're awesome. You are awesome. And I hope you're having a good night. I hope you're having a good time. Really do appreciate it. Oh, I really appreciate it. I hope anybody who's not following Jax, follow Jax. She just gifted 5 subs. And Horn doesn't stream either.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, let's go. Yo, Tiana, dude, that is actually incredible. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. 275. That's ridiculous. Jax, Thorn, Tiana, thank you so much. I love you guys. I can't believe you guys do that. For real, for real. Thank you so much. You guys are the nicest homies I could ever ask for. Greatest day ever. The greatest friends. Greatest sandwiches. If you're not following, if you're not following Thornberry, you should follow Thornberry. Amazing. Thank you so much, homie. Really means a lot. That should hit. That should hit. That sounds like Gap. That sounds amazing. Are you following Jax? You should follow Jax. You should follow Thorn. You should follow Tiana. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like representing the stream. That is the craziest part. Did you just... You thought I was eating a grilled cheese? That was not a grilled cheese. No, you can't tell me what to do. I have fruit snacks that I have to eat. W, brother. W. What about the fruit snacks? What about them? We have to eat the fruit snacks. Should I eat them all in one bite? I might have to consume every single fruit snack in one bite. 2 packets at once. This is for Jackson, Thorn, and Tiana. 2 whole packets of fruit snacks at one time. You only see it here, folks. You only see it here. No! Oh yes. Is it wrestling season or not? Is it or not? Jax, don't go work mode yet. I have to do this. This is for you, right? For Jax. Okay, this is about to be a lot of gummy action. Thank you for the hype train. That was badass, for real, for real. You have a badge now, Jax? Thank you. All right, I think we're ready. If you're not following Tiana, thank you. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Yeah, facts, brother. We think the most positive in this house. Thank you, brother. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Do 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 do. Oh, thank you. Love you, homie. Love you, homie. Do 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 do. Are you ready? I'm scared. Make him stop. Make him go away. Are you ready? I'm scared.
Mommy was hoping the game could last a little longer. It's okay, though. Mommy knows
Fuck you.
ways to play with you.
Don't do that to me. Please don't do that. You can't do that to me. Rainbow Six is looking a lot like Rainbow Six. Hello, Soph. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We're playing Rainbow Six. Doesn't it look like it? Oh, I spy with my little eye. A tape. You can listen to those. Right now, I'm just chilling. That's what the main antagonist guy looks like. It looks pretty scary. This is the second game. I bought all 3 of the games, so the third one is after this one. You probably already know I'm getting burned out. I'm getting burned out of Siege. And We're just hanging. We're just vibing. I hope you're having a good day, homie. It's good to see you. I'm about to fight somebody low-key, hopefully. Oh, don't tell me I got stuck. I did not. I did not. Have you ever played this game? It's because the dinosaur's heavy. Can I push this bitch off? Get off. Get off!
Finally happened. After years of being ignored, the company actually heard all my complaints. Yep, they listened to them very carefully. I guess my words must have really inspired them to take action. The next day I got demoted down to the freaking island of misfit toys! Why do I touch myself?
Oh, I see something over there. It's one of the things you can shoot with that. Hello, Mirror Boar. What? Oh, fuck. We need to clear this bitch out. I need to be able to run. I gotta get points, but I'm too tired. I don't want to. Why did I just do that? That was a complete waste of time. We're getting there, we're getting there. No more spoilers, please. I gotta figure out how to move it, but I'll get it, I'll get it. These games are short, that kind of is what makes it kind of fun. Figuring it out. I thought you played this before. Sounded like you played this before. Oh. We have to get the dinosaur off of it. No. Do it! Okay, so you're broken? Oh no, I think I fucked it up. What do you mean needs to be straight? Pull it back a little. Oh, yeah, it needs to be straight. Black Cringing's so fucking hard right now. This is hard. Harder than it looks, that's for sure. You're smart. I like you. You're smart. Why didn't I think of that? All we need to do is get him off so it'll go up because it's heavy. Oh, fuck! Thanks, Rick. He needs to be fucking off of it, and he's not getting off of it. If I could just grab a box or something. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna try to jump on this ball. Fuck, get up here! Get up here! I probably... Oh, we almost had it. That was perfect. 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 Ball is the answer. Ball is love. Ball is life. Big naenaes. I don't know what to do. I don't think I did this right. I think I cheated, low-key. Should I redo it? I think I need to get the dinosaur off properly. Or I just fucking reload it and... Brain, fucking work! What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? We got it done. Mission Impossible, we got it done. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. This is where we went down. There's another one. Whack-a-woogie statues. Let's open up the other one.
Whoa, you did fantastic.
Thank you.
Mission to be this smart. Mommy is super proud of you. But I'm sure she's already told you that herself. Our next game is Whack-a-wuggy. Head downstairs.
Yay!
Have fun.
Doesn't that sound like so much fun? Sounds like the greatest time ever. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Alright, are you guys ready? I'm ready. I'm scared for the enemy.
Welcome to Whack-A-Wuggy.
No!
This test is designed to assess the extent of your reactionary abilities. A dual palm grab pack will be provided to you for this test. Around you are 18 sizable holes. An adorable Huggy Wuggy toy could appear out of any one of these holes. If one comes out, hit it with your grab pack. That's all. Good luck.
The toys in this game used to have strings attached to them, so they could be pulled back when they got too close to the children. Have fun. Hooray! Mommy is so proud of you.
Thank you.
Mommy has another hint for you.
Okay. Okay, I need the third. The other game will give me the third.
Game left to play. Sad. Mommy was hoping you'd stay here forever. Well, it's never too late to change your
This is hard. Oh, okay.
Press the button to feed me candy.
Poppy parkour indeed. Oh, so he's chill. He a cool guy. Alright. I understand. He cool like that. Yeah, that guy might have aura. What is up with that man? He just did that to me. It was very nice. I think he wants me to get through here, obviously. What the fuck was the point of that? Oh, I get it now. You gotta be quick. I don't understand it. What the fuck am I doing? You had any ideas, anybody? It is interesting. How are you, Lino?
So, Marcus, what happened?
You see, I was heading home for the day when my bar
Looks like it.
left me bloody wallet in the cafeteria. So I'm running through the lobby, and that's when I see it.
I'm
A
back.
handle lodged under the innovation wing gate.
So what'd you do, Marcus?
Well, I just thought I'd nab the bloody yoke and be on me merry way.
And?
Well, I'm reaching for the thing, and the bob handle jolts on its own. Had me scared stiff. I thought I was the only one there. So, I took a peek beneath the gate, and some massive bloody thing was dothering about the bloody hallway.
Thing?
Rhea, hello. Yes, it is R6. We're playing R6. Welcome to the stream.
Long with 1,000 legs.
Marcus, you're losing me.
Thank you so much for joining. First time Chad.
Look, it
I
wasn't
love.
motherfucker.
Yo, thank you for the follow. You're a record now. Our 3,648 member of our community. Thank you so much. You streamed for the last 18 days straight. This is the new DLC.
Okay.
The new op, indeed. How are you? It's good to see you. It's It's my 631st day streaming every single day, never missing a day. It really means a lot, homie. We've played the first game already. This is the second game. I have the third game, and then we'll be done with the new DLC, and we'll go back to playing the other DLC, the original. But I hope you're having an amazing day. Thank you for joining. Got 5 emails for following. We're big chilling, big vibing. Stream doesn't end. We've been streaming for 18 straight days. And my brain is off, but our vibes are up. Rainbow is just so hard. It's just such a hard game. Okay, I'm just okay. You know, man, I think ranked is for very cool people, and you're just so cool. And I hope that you find a way to win every single game. I have a rule that if I lose 3, I'm done for the day. You might be at good advice to try that out. Get the fuck over here! Sorry, I thought it was about to close on me. But I know a little something about the algorithm, Rhea. And it's that if you change your category, you're less likely to get recommended to Rainbow Six Siege streamers. And so I've played Siege for like the last 18 days, and we're switching it up a little bit. And we're vibing, we're big chilling, naenaes, carrying the boats and logs. Just join the Discord. Thank you for the follow. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Why am I... It feels like I'm on my hands and knees. Get up. Why am I so low? How did you find the stream, Rhea? Rhea sounds like, is that how you pronounce it?
Statues. Follow mommy down the stairs one last time. I hope you had a fun day at the game station.
I did. I did have a fun time. No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. What are we doing though is the real question. feel like there's a glitch or something. There was a glitch before. I'm no longer on my hands and knees now.
Jeez, have you played these before? You're so good.
I know.
Seems like you're ready for the final game, statues.
Maybe.
Follow mommy down the stairs one last time.
Mama.
Hope you had a fun day at the game station.
The game station. Okay. Are you fucking with me right now? That's how you do it right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to play with pizza?
hard. It's confusing. Hello, mishap.
Caterpillar or bug?
I don't know how to fucking do this. It's kind of annoying me. So I hit this, I go up there, hit it. Then I have to hit it again to switch it. Oh, I have an idea. That's how you do it. As soon as I let go of this, the power's dead. Why can't that work? Okay, I figured it out. Who didn't believe in me?
Welcome to Statues.
Wow.
This advanced obstacle course is designed to test your physical endurance and strength. The rules are simple. The lights will turn off. You can move through the obstacle course at this time. However, when the lights turn on, you can look around but cannot move. You may move again once the lights turn back off. The lovable PJ Pugapillar will follow you. If PJ reaches you, your test is over. That's all. Good luck.
It was always so sad to see the kids go. They called me Mommy because I was the closest thing they ever had to one. But they come for games and never come back. They left Mommy to die alone. Mommy didn't deserve that. But you worked here. So if anyone deserves to die alone,
hot and cold be like? What? Okay, fuck. You can't cheat the system. No! Fuck! We got it. Scary part. My control freak fell off.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
Yeah, I just got completely destroyed. I don't think I'm supposed to go in there. What part am I on? I'm still in part 2. I'm not going in that fucking hole again. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Fuck that bitch. Oof, and fuck that bitch. Ooh, fuck that bitch. You know that meme I'm thinking of, Jax? And fuck that bitch. Ooh, fuck that bitch. Yeah, that man was mean. That brother bit me a couple times. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs earlier, and this month has been very, very generous. Jax, you're awesome. Really appreciate it, homie. Jax is the coolest. Jax is the coolest. Appreciate knowing you, homie. Thorn, if you're listening to that in Tiana, that was awesome, for real. Hopefully I can lock and win this. Make smart decisions, homie. Looking. Well, you're awesome, homie. W train action. Are you fucking with me right now? Hello. What am I doing? Jax, Neon, anybody who knows what this means? So hard. It's so hard.
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping. Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
What is up? What is up? Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, what if I don't want to? I will in a second. I'm tired. If I die again, I'm gonna be pissed. I don't know what to do, to be honest. W thought I got through, I did not. Should we call it for the night? Can't fucking figure it out. Kinda getting tired. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Y'all thought I was gonna play it all the way through. That would have been a waste of money. That would have probably... I'm getting tired anyways, and I'm getting stuck, and it's kind of pissing me off. My back hurts so bad. Every time I freaking move. It sends like a shock through my freaking spine or some shit.
Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen.
No, not ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, I'm so tired.
Incredible event.
You did. Keep it up, Kyla. You're doing a... Or Kai. Keep it up, Kai. You're doing a great job, homie. Thank you, man. Ah, my back's killing me, or I would probably be more excited. About to lay down. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. And you went for like 3.5 hours. So anybody who is anybody who's not following, bro, please follow him. Yep, this is what we're gonna watch tonight. Oh yeah, it was fun, but we probably played about 3/4 of the second game. We have a third game tomorrow.
Underwater.
He reported that they have specific psionic teams taking these things, at least bringing them into range to where they can take them down. Is that something that you've been read into in the past?
What would be a
another reason other than national security for it to be classified.
Wow. We were going to set a trap for these things. We knew that having a huge nuclear footprint in the middle of the ocean would be irresistible.
Have you seen, heard, or know of any other egg-type crafts at ATIP?
Yes.
More than one?
Boy.
Have you ever noticed, seen, heard of, or heard whispers of any type of language or symbols apparent on these craft?
Yes.
If I show you a picture, can you confirm or deny? This is an image. This is zoomed in.
This is really interesting. When I was at the Pentagon, I spent considerable time researching ancient script.
You were aware of craft that had
three
script
people
on
at the
it.
same
Isn't that
time?
ATIP?
Yeah, it's pretty undeniable at this point.
Was it written or
Thank you
engraved
so
in
much.
this craft?
No, it was engraved. It wasn't written.
If you're holding on to that type of clear imagery, it really cements the idea that it's a planned dissemination to the public. You got to peek behind the curtain. We did not. It involves our own potential religion. It involves life and death. It involves why we're here. It involves the questions of the universe. It involves the most important things that humanity has ever asked for, and you potentially had one of the closest
Thank you,
encounters
guys.
with
I'm about to
the
go to
answer.
sleep.
This is important.
That's what I try to tell people. Don't put that responsibility on my shoulder. I'm just like you. I'm not a messiah, man. That's
Understood.
That my job is simply as a purveyor of the information. How you interpret that and what you think about that, brother, that's on you, not me.
Some people's frustration, my guess, is that you have that luxury of formulating some type of answer that they would love to formulate themselves. Make sense?
Yeah, good point.
And there's also a lot of, trust me, bro.
You're going to get hate, by the way, as I promise you.
Yeah.
Just for having me in your studio
I'm aware.
and having this conversation.
For me, this is not only a pursuit for them, this is a pursuit for myself as well. I want to know.
There have been some people who have made suggestions to conduct illegal activities to cover this topic up. And it's going to come out. It's going to come out in a few months. I do a lot of work behind the shadows, behind the scenes, whether it's a new whistleblower that maybe I've been aware of for the last few years, or a secret project that will hopefully blow the lid on a lot of this, whether it's through a documentary, getting the right people to have the conversation.
Can you shed any light on what's to be expected in this documentary?
There's people that are being interviewed that have never come out publicly on this topic.
That we've not seen on the trailer.
You've not seen on trailer.
Jay Stratton does say,
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
do you know what he's referring to? Have you yourself seen NHI? Why doesn't the government talk about Balthazar? 2027's been thrown around. Can you shed a little bit of light on this? Just so we can stop being paranoid, or we can start, being paranoid.
Let me see if I can thread the needle on this.
Sure. How can I phrase this in a way that you can answer this? Are you aware of more than one type of NHI?
Let me see how I can answer this. Wow. Accuracy is very important.
What I'm gathering from this is there a potential that some of these NHI might look a lot like us.
What else you want to know?
What the fuck? There's aliens. I'm scared. Oh no, they're gonna get me.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me a bit of like an interrogation, which is kind of cool.
That's kind of what I wanted it to be. I call it the skiff.
I love it.
Obviously not a skiff. Too many recording devices here for it to be a skiff. We know that. But it wouldn't be the first time you, sir, have ventured a skiff, would it?
No, unfortunately. This is a lot nicer than a skiff.
Is it?
People are like, oh, you've been in skiffs and SAPF facilities. I'm like, look, actually, they're really boring. Most of them don't have windows. They don't have any electronics. You can't bring anything in there. So, yeah, I mean, you can't even play like solitaire on your computer, right? Because all that stuff has been removed out of it. So I was like, oh, shit.
How's the coffee compared to the skiffs?
So I think you probably already know this. Being Latino, genetically, there's three things we do very well coming out of the womb. One is drinking strong coffee. The other one is being able to dance salsa and merengue. It's like, it's genetic for us.
You dance salsa merengue?
And then the third thing, I look more like a weeble wobble out there on the dance floor. And then the third thing I probably can't talk about because it's not appropriate. But those are the three things that Latinos can do very well usually.
I'll take your word for the last two.
Yeah, you know, my days of dancing, unfortunately, are over. Once you get older and your knees start to fail, and you gain a little bit of weight in the places that really aren't, very conducive for dancing.
Yeah, no, I hear it. I hear it. I'm definitely also absent on the dance floor. All right, let's get this started. I'm here with Lou Elizondo. Is it Luis Elizondo?
Chris, you can call me Bob, Bill, Joe. I don't care. My real name is Luis. I hear that usually when I'm in trouble with my wife.
Okay, gotcha.
Most people call me Lou because I look like I'm from Iowa.
All right.
People realize I'm, my family's Cuban. They're like, what? So you don't look like a Luis. Like, I know. But
Lou's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
I'll call you Lou so that people who are listening know who I'm talking to. Thank you so much for being here, first of all. For those of you who aren't aware of Lou and what he's done, I highly recommend you check out his book, which we got here. We'll be signing a few copies as well, and I'll let you know later in the episode how you guys can grab them. But if you want to pick one up, there's a link below. Lou, best-selling author. Imminent was amazing. I read through it, and I also listened to the audio version.
Oh, I'm sorry, you had to deal with that. I tell people I have the silky smooth voice of a cement truck careening down a country road with no brakes.
I think you did a great job. I think it also helps sort of personify your story and humanize it in a certain way that we get to hear it authentically. I always prefer that. I remember listening to Communion by Whitley Strieber, and it was him, saying, reading his book too. And it just conveys, I think, a little bit more of the gravitas of the story when it's the person themselves narrating. So,
well, I appreciate that.
Lino, are you listening?
For taking the opportunity to speak with me. And I also want to thank, even more importantly than you and me, is your audience.
Lino got us those follows, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
I think these types of interviews are very important.
That's pretty badass.
Because it allows all of us to connect. I mean, obviously, not everybody listening is right here with us, but I hope they get this sensation that they really are part of this conversation. We're only having this conversation really because of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really important that we recognize the value of, we live in amazing times right now.
Real, the guy he rated out.
Whereas even just 10 years ago, mainstream media,
streams
major networks like where I live down, ABC and CBS and NBC, you have more people tuning into you than most of these mainstream outlets. So you have a very important voice, and the audience is arguably the most important aspect of this, right? These are people that want to hear what you have to say week after week and whatnot. And really that is why we are where we are today in the conversation, because this has been whatever this conversation is, it's really been a grassroots movement. And ultimately it is because of your audience and people like that, we are where we are today in the conversation about UAPs.
Yeah, well said. And thank you. Thank you for saying that. And I think, part of the reason people are listening, if not to tune into me, is definitely to hear from you. And I think right now, especially, we've been faced with a lot of news recently in the UAP space specifically. And, it's been snowballing ever since the latest congressional hearing, which obviously you were a big part of. And
you attended, if I'm not mistaken.
I did attend. Yeah, it was kind of surreal for myself. I did have, an immense amount of imposter syndrome being a Canadian magician content creator sitting in the front row, courtside seats to something so monumental was, humbling.
Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized.
And many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention.
Mira, can you hear me?
Pulling, technology from this, or they're reverse engineering this.
But more importantly, after that, it's these congressional hearings are very important, but arguably what's more important, it's what they do with that information. and where that sort of, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing this, but where that moves the needle. And I think recently, we've had a lot of people come forward. Numerous people have come forward to share their stories as well in hopes to
Who believes in
move
aliens?
the needle. And so today I've got a lot of questions that I'm hoping that we can get through.
Sure.
And I got to say, for the audience listening, and by the way, if I'm ever looking over here, it's just to make sure everything's recording because I'm a one-man team here. So.
If you ever see me looking like this, it's because I'm looking over my shoulder. I'm looking over my back. It's paranoia.
Yeah, sounds good. We're safe here. But one thing I did want to mention was that Lou, prior to the interview, said something very important. I think that a lot of people should know, and this is not something that's usually recorded, but Lou said, I don't want to read your questions before.
That's right.
You don't have to cut anything out.
Might be an
Ask me
alien.
anything you want.
That's right.
And if I don't answer something, I'll tell you why it is I can't answer it. And I think that's just so important that you respect the journalistic integrity to that extent, especially after being put through ringer after ringer, podcast after podcast, and being grilled on things that you legally can't talk about. I think it just goes to show some level of character there. And I think a lot of people would omit
He looks
that
like a tough guy.
in an interview. They wouldn't.
Thanks,
they wouldn't
Lino,
allow
for
that.
hyping
They would
me
want
up.
to have final say. They would want
Those
certain
two people
boundaries to
followed
be
me
put
when you
on,
said that, man. I
especially
appreciate you.
in the position that you're in.
Well, that's because they're trying to
That
protect
means
themselves.
that
And
means
in reality,
I'm
this conversation is
gonna-
much bigger than
gonna
any one
do
person.
this.
And this is what I've said
You're
over and over
freaking
again.
G, and I hope there's
I
anybody
could
who's
hit my
listening
bus
right
tomorrow.
now who doesn't follow
and
me now.
disclosure, this
This
transparency
man is a
effort that
freaking
we're
G.
all a part of must
Thank
go on.
you
The show
for
must
helping out
go
the stream, man.
on. And
We
so
appreciate that.
my part of this is very simple. Speak the truth. Whatever that truth
Go
is.
the extra
speak the
mile,
truth,
man. That's something
and
I
let the chips fall
see
where
that.
they fall.
See that.
And I think it's important from a journalistic integrity perspective that be maintained and preserved at all costs.
This guy
and this is why
has
I've
said
always made
that
it a rule.
he's
Say,
seen
look,
aliens.
You're not going to pay me
He's
to
seen
do
them.
anything like this. Great if you pay my hotel. That's great. But other than that, I don't get payment for this. People are like, oh, you're making all these money doing this. No, I'm not. I'm actually doing it for free. I'm actually leaving work aside to come out and have these types of
I want to
conversations where
freaking see an
I don't get
alien.
paid. And
At
then
the end of this
also
podcast, you think they're going to
having
let us see an
questions
alien?
that are a lot of people want to know ahead of time. What are you going to ask me? Are you going to ask me any trick questions? You know what? To hell with that. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Ask me whatever you want. And if I don't know, I don't know. And I'll tell you that honestly. Or if I can't tell you, I'll tell you that too. And I think that this topic demands that type of. I cannot, in good faith, demand transparency from the United States government.
G, man.
If I myself
Lena,
am not
I'll
willing
always
to
be
be
there for
transparent,
you,
right?
man.
It's hypocritical.
For real.
You can't, it doesn't
Fair
work
point.
that way.
Real one.
And I appreciate
real
that.
one
and I'm sure my
shit.
audience is
Real
going to
one.
appreciate that as well. So
I wanna get
for the
tired
next few hours,
quicker.
folks, strap yourselves in. We're going to try to get through these questions and hopefully,
I feel like I'm going to sleep good tonight.
Get some answers for those of you, seeking some answers. Let me just start off by asking a question a little bit off target here. But are you familiar, or have you been familiar in the past with any 4chan or Reddit leaks, quote unquote?
I am familiar tangentially with the forums of 4chan and also Reddit. I am not a subscriber, and that's not a good or bad thing. I'm not necessarily, poo-pooing it or promoting it.
Yeah.
My bandwidth is very limited. Also, I'm an older guy. This is gray, not blonde.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So I'm an old dude. I'm not overly technically proficient, as most people will tell you, especially my wife.
Mm-hmm.
When people are using scientific calculators, I'm still using an abacus, right?
Sure.
I'm an older
I
generation.
hope that trip goes well, man. I bet you're going to
more
enjoy
than
it.
the typical social media engagement now.
I'm getting
if
tired.
it involves Reddit
slowly.
or 4chan,
Yeah.
it's beyond me. But I am aware that sometimes information comes out
Yeah.
that can be very interesting.
And you say that can be very interesting. Has there been a time where you're like, oh, damn, that guy slipped up. He shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know what? At the end of the day, look, I think sunlight is the best antiseptic sometimes. And I think it's the best way to get rid of an infection.
Sure.
And so I've never proposed or never supported the idea of leaking anything classified.
Okay.
I am a patriot. I still have my security clearance, and I will never support the leaking of classified information. But there's a difference between information that is classified for righteous and legal purposes, right, to protect sources and methods and whatnot. And then there is the abuse of that system where people will classify things simply because they're trying to hide or cover malfeasance,
over compartmentalization,
or embarrassment, right? And that's a problem because that information shouldn't be classified, and it's being classified in an illegal manner. There are very specific prohibitions because in the past, my country has abused the classification system to hide the truth from the American people, whether it's Iran-Contra and Oliver North, or even recently some of my work in Guantanamo Bay, and maybe some of the methods used to get information from individuals. And there was no reason that should have been classified. The only reason why they classified some of that was because we're embarrassed. We didn't want to admit what we were doing and how we were doing it. And so in those cases, when that information comes to the public's attention, I'm okay with that, provided they're not violating any laws of real classification, right? If information is being classified illegally, then that really isn't classified.
So when it comes to the UAP subject, what would be another reason other than national security for it to be classified?
Wow. So, okay, great question, but it's not a simple question. It's not a simple answer either. It's multifaceted, a bit like a diamond, really. And so you have to, in order to understand this topic, you need to understand a little bit about the history and where our country was and the state of the world at the time, right? So really the UAP topic for the United States government really started to kick into high gear right around the end of World War II and the development of the atomic bomb for our country. That's when we really started noticing an increased frequency of UAP interest in our capabilities. Now, where were we at the end of World War II? Well, the U.S. had just become really a global superpower and had the opportunity to dominate a lot of the world politics for about 10 years. That was until the Russians very quickly afterwards developed the atomic bomb too, right? So now it's no longer U.S. preeminence. Now there's this competition and what begins the Cold War, which, by the way, most people don't realize wasn't really a Cold War at all. It's pretty hot. We had proxy wars going all over the place, whether it's Korean War and Vietnam and things like that. And it was kind of this winner-takes-all chess game. Now, you have a beautiful chess set here. Your audience can't see it, but you can imagine this Cold War as being an invisible chess match with the Russians. And you had the United States on one side and NATO, and you had the Warsaw Pact and then Soviet Union on the other side. And it was kind of this winner-takes-all mentality. And so what we didn't want to do was broadcast to our enemies, our adversaries at the time, that we were dealing with this UAP topic. We didn't want to let them know what we knew about it, and more importantly, what we didn't know, where those intelligence gaps lay.
Sure.
And furthermore, the Soviet Union felt the same way. But we both understood each other enough to realize that in the 60s, when we started to develop really the northern tier radar systems, early warning systems for nuclear attack, both the Soviet Union and the United States realized that, hey, we better come to the table at least a little bit on this, because what we don't want to do is set up these radar systems, very sophisticated radar systems, and then all of a sudden a UAP is picked up by one of these radar systems, either ours or the Russians, and all of a sudden to get confused for some sort of nuclear strike or nuclear attack, right? So there was enough, I think, wisdom there where the United States and Russia, in a secret memo, in one of the paragraphs, they actually say, look, if you happen to see something, before you press that nuke button, do us a favor, give us a call, because it might be a UFO, and we don't want to start World War III because either one of us, confuses as some sort of provocation. And then you have the other issue during the 50s and the 60s and the nuclear age, the nuclear family in the United States. Our government was dealing with a lot of things. We were dealing with civil rights, right? We were dealing with equity issues between genders. We were dealing with anti-war movement with Vietnam and even before that. And you had also had the hippie movement, which was really, kind of this anti-establishment effort, just kind of, can't we all love each other, anti-war. And so the government was dealing with a lot of stuff. And they were concerned that this topic, the UAP topic, was a destabilizing conversation, meaning all it's going to do is add fuel to the fire and add mistrust to the American public, especially once you start, lying for decades. You have to double down on that. Because if you don't, what happens is you tell the American people, we're just fooling you guys. Yeah, we've been actually monitoring these things. We just didn't want to tell you. That doesn't hold very much water, especially if you're a government bureaucrat or a leader. So what do? You say, well, shelve this. We'll have this conversation later. Meanwhile, let's see if we can deal with this topic in a secret manner.
Okay. So sorry to interrupt. Are you saying that
Good night, everybody.
Subject is being classified
See you
under
soon.
the disguise of national security?
Well, it was. That's part of the problem. And we had backed ourselves in a corner for decades. Now came a point where, okay, these things, everybody's beginning to see them. How do we deal with this? Do we come out and let the cat out of the bag, or do we simply try to suppress this information and maybe deal with it down the road? And so you had the U.S. government involved in the collection of UAP data, but lying to the American people. And for, look, there's maybe some valid reasons there. I don't agree with them, but I can understand them. Some of them is like, look, we need more time to understand and figure this out. Also, there were some studies done, commissioned by the U.S. government, that the results were very simple. Look, this is a destabilizing conversation. If you tell the truth to the American people, you risk literally potentially the collapse of civil society. People are going to do runs on banks, are going to panic, they're going to lose their faith in their religions, or, why do the normal stuff that they normally do and pay your mortgages and whatnot, when there's this other topic out here that is potentially existential. That's really the only word I know how to use, really, because it's something beyond. And when people put their faith and confidence in a government, the biggest vulnerability to any government, institution, organization is when the people, the masses, lose faith and confidence. So this is true with any government, not just the United States. Any government. This is how they survive. And religions as well. So you can't afford to lose that. If people turn around and they realize you've been lying to me for all these years, well, we already don't trust the government. Now we're really not going to trust the government. Oh, by the way, you want us to fight these wars and you want us to do this and do that and do this and pay taxes and whatnot. So I think the mindset at the time was much different. We had this Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we weren't prepared as a nation to have the conversation at the time.
Do you think that then that's part of the problem, is them admitting that this is real is also them admitting to the cover up?
Yeah. Well, you have to, right? You have to say, well, yeah, actually we admit that this is real and it's been going on for decades.
Yeah.
And then what happens? People say, well, why did you lie about it? What about those people who told the truth? And now all of a sudden they lost their jobs, they lost their security clearances, maybe they got a divorce, maybe now they're homeless living on the street because of all that.
But isn't the worse outcome of the two that we discover it's real and call them liars than to them fess up?
I think that time has come. We have to have this conversation. I've always said that secrets, a lot of people think secrets are like fine wine, where the longer you keep a cork on it, the better it gets. I disagree with that. I've always said that secrets are perishable. They have a shelf life. They're like vegetables in your refrigerator. They'll stay good for a while, but if they outlive their shelf life, they begin to rot and they begin to stink. And now you've got a bigger problem on your hand because now you got to clean up the mess. And so I think that therein lies part of the conundrum, that we've been keeping this information suppressed for way too long. My government at least now realizes that it's probably time to have the conversation because it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
The longer we keep. Look at the JFK files, right? The right now in the United States, the amount of faith and confidence we have in our government is at an all-time low. That's a fact.
Yeah.
They don't trust their government. And that's a problem. And the longer you hold on to the ghost, the worse it's going to be. You're going to have to pay that piper, that interest, right? That compounding interest will eventually be more than the loan itself.
Right.
And so I think the time has come. And I think some people now, there's a critical mass within my government that recognizes that we now really, really, really have to be open and honest with the American people.
We're at an apotheosis of the UAP subject. Very interesting. I'm going to jump all over the place a little bit here with these questions, so be prepared from hitting different angles.
Got it.
Going back to the 4chan stuff, I myself had a deep dive into a lot of this stuff because I thought it was really interesting, and I read through a lot of those back and forth AMAs or Q&As that they had on those different platforms with my audience. And there was one that stood out to me in particular because it related to something that you had touched on previously in a podcast in the past. And we're talking about a giant submerged UFO. Okay. This particular 4chan leaker said that he worked on a team that was looking into what he called an MCU, a mobile construction unit that was in the ocean, in the Atlantic Ocean, that builds these UAPs and sends them out. And that they come in and out of this mobile construction unit that's massive, that's in the ocean, and that moves very rapidly. He said, he goes on to say the downed crafts were recovered and that these crafts were built to spec. In his opinion, they were built exactly for the things that they had to do, the jobs that they had to do, and it would seem so did the beings inhabiting or maneuvering these crafts. My question is, you've talked about this video that exists of this giant craft moving very rapidly underwater. Is there a possible connection to this 4chan leak?
I mean, we can't say there's not. You know, all I can tell you is what we know. I can't tell you what we don't know. You know, that old saying, we don't know what we don't know. What I can say is that, without getting in trouble myself, that it wasn't just me. There's a lot of people in the U.S. government that have seen this video, so it is real. Let me set the stage for you if I can. So in the late 1990s, there was this effort by the U.S. government. We would test our cruise missiles technology, and particularly in the Caribbean. When I was there at Puerto Rico, we would every so often we would launch these cruise missiles over the ocean in an area that was predetermined, you know, no boats or air traffic. And then when they would run out of fuel, they'd hit the water, splash down, and then they would sink. And then at a predetermined time, they would blow their ballast. They would rise to the top of the surface, and then a helicopter crew would be dispatched to go recover them, bring them back to the Navy base, and they would be cracked open and exploited, meaning they would test for the telemetry and the fuel consumption, and did the missile operate the way it was supposed to operate, right? Now, most people know that Tomahawk cruise missiles, some can be modified to carry a nuclear payload. That's you know, one of the advantages of these cruise missiles. And so there's a helicopter crew. I won't say the person's name because they haven't given me permission to say their name, but they're legit. They're a real helicopter pilot. And you had, so imagine a helicopter crew. You've got the pilot, the co-pilot, a crew chief in the back, and you got a Navy frogman dangling from a line. And they're going to, you know, as he's going down the line, he's gonna put a hook on the missile because it's blown its ballast and fly back. And as this frogman is dangling down the line, the helo crew notices, and the frogman, something black. The water begins to churn, and something black and round, as described to me, something black as a devil and the size of a small island. So submarines are linear, right? They look like your pen there. They're kind of long and skinny and like a tube, almost like a toilet paper tube. This was cylindrical, round, disc shape. Begins to come to the surface. Now, you understand that the trench of Puerto Rico is the second deepest part of our ocean. It's only second to Challenger Deep, right? Which is part of the Marianas Trench. I think it's like 22,000 feet deep, right? So the height that some commercial aircraft fly, this is how deep that water is. So there's nothing really out there. This thing begins to rise to the surface of the water. The water's churning. The helo crew goes into a panic. The frogman is literally trying to climb the line back up because he's scared like hell. And I get it. And right as this thing is about to break the surface, the missile gets sucked underwater, and then the whole thing disappears. And the helo crew goes back, and that missile to this day remains unaccounted for, this cruise missile. Very shocking to the air crew. You know, try explaining that to your leadership of what happened. Is it some sort of Soviet technology? Is it something else? Is it our technology? What the hell took our missile? Where did it go? How did it get there? How did it was able to come up and steal our cruise missile? And several years ago, I have to be careful of the capacity I say this in, but there was a very, very, very classified video. Now, the fact that the video exists isn't classified. Where it was taken, how it was taken, the methods, very sensitive, so I won't go into that. But it's very clear we had a capability where we're looking down into the water, and there were these offshore oil rigs, right? So these are huge platforms, like think of British Petroleum and some of these other folks that have these huge, massive structures out in the middle of the water, of the ocean, right? They're just like the size of a small city. If you've ever seen one of these, they have helicopter pads and buildings and hospitals, and they're out in the middle of the ocean. They're huge. And in this video, very, very clear, there's a still of the water churning, and then there is the video of this perfectly round disc-shaped object, black, whizzing past one of these things underwater. Now, there's no waves, there's no disturbance on the top of the water other than the still of this water kind of looks kind of roiling, if you will, in the very beginning. But when you calculate the speed that this thing goes by the way, it was bigger than the offshore oil derrick it was passing by. It was bigger than that. Its diameter, the diameter of the circle, was bigger. And it was assessed to be moving between 450 and 550 knots underwater. Now, imagine that for a minute. Are there technologies out there that move very fast? Yeah, we know the Russians have the supercavitational torpedo, and they have got capability, but to have an object that big, where you're talking, tremendous forces,
no friction,
there's just right, huge, whizzing by one of these offshore oil derricks at phenomenal speed. That's a technology that we don't have, and that is extremely, extremely compelling. When you see it, you realize, whoa, what the heck is that?
This first encounter, I think, was voiced by Graves in the past. Was it Ryan Graves or Fravor? One of the two had talked about this encounter where they went to go get
Fravor. One of his buddies that we know.
Is there footage of that encounter?
I haven't seen it,
but there has to be, because if it's a helicopter, it probably has some type of like weapons radar.
Back in the
footage,
90s, right? Not necessarily.
Okay.
You would want to document your recovery missions, but if it's something really routine, you're not always going to have a camera on there, simply because it's routine, right? You've done this 100 times. It's just the 101st time you're doing it.
But it's possible.
Oh, it's possible. Sure. Absolutely. But I can certainly ask the pilot. I mean, I know the pilot. I can certainly ask him.
Secondly, the other object. Have you seen this video?
Which one?
The one whizzing past.
Yeah, I saw myself. And by the way, my colleagues did too. Was when I was working.
What was your reaction in the room? What was the reaction like watching that video for the first time?
Not what you might think, because we have seen so many videos of UAP that at this point it's just added to.
Yeah, but this one's in the water.
That is what made it, for me, that is what probably put this up a little bit in the wow, what the heck is that? We had heard about USOs before. We never really had any direct evidence other than sonar pings from submarines and Navy captains and, anecdotal information like that. This was the first time that we saw one on camera.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like, wow. But also keep in mind, we've been so saturated for so long on this topic when I was working it at the Pentagon and my colleagues, that you almost kind of become desensitized.
Sure.
I know it sounds weird.
I understand that. As someone who, knows how magic tricks work.
Yeah.
I get to see methods all the time. I've seen things that
Which, by the way, you are one hell of a magician. I never really appreciated the trade until I saw you do some of the stuff you do. That's pretty incredible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll show you some more stuff a little later. Secondly, you said this object was round. How did you have that perspective? Was this a satellite footage?
I can't say the source. Remember, sources and methods are very sensitive, but let's just say we had the fidelity enough where it was very, very clear.
But I mean, if it's round.
Yeah, it's round.
Okay, so you had a top-down view of it.
It was a top-down view.
Okay.
Anything more than that, I don't think.
Sure.
Now, my hope is at some point it might become public.
Yeah.
They'll have to strip out metadata and maybe some other things there, because people on the internet get very clever and they can figure things out.
Absolutely. Leave it to them to figure out a puzzle. It's crazy.
And you know what? I think that's great. There's several times that I've actually been corrected for the record by a bunch of internet sleuths. Yep. So I think it's fantastic. I actually welcome that. We need more of that.
That's the whole point of the internet. Last thing I want to touch on this particular thing is footage the only intel you have here, or do you have corroborating data with this specific sighting? You have sonar, you have radar, do you have other corroborating intel, or is it simply just this footage?
Unfortunately, I can't go into detail because that shows the type of capability we have in certain areas.
Can you say, yes, we have other intel?
We have other intel. I can't say the type of intel.
Sure, but you could say there is other corroborating information.
Yeah. No, we had teams of very, very specialized analysts with TS clearances. This is not private. This is, by the way, government. Sure. This is still in the possession of the government, with government people analyzing this.
More than 2 points of data?
I probably can't talk about that right now.
Okay.
I know it's frustrating. Believe me. Fair. I know your audience is like, what the hell? Why can't you just say that?
No, but I mean, just saying that, gives us some type of idea.
Because people can extrapolate, the more sensor data you have in a place, the more of an interest it is for us. Chances are it's more of a hostile environment. And
human intel?
Again, I really can't go down that path.
I had to ask.
Yep.
Okay. So we're talking about this underwater stuff. First of all, to me, this is really interesting because if we're talking about the type of propulsion or the type of capability that these crafts are using, technically, from what we're seeing in the skies, it wouldn't matter whether they're in the water or not, or in
Right.
space.
That's what some of the scientists have speculated. Look, the medium in which it's traveling is irrelevant.
Mhm.
If you understand physics, you understand technology, then you understand that sometimes the medium you're maneuvering in is rather irrelevant,
including physical.
Potentially.
So
And
potentially these crafts can go through mountains.
potentially, again, I'm not a
Sure.
trained physicist. I
Yeah.
took physics in college. You'd have to ask some of the smart folks in the intelligence community who've kind of come up with some of these scientific
Mm-hmm.
models. What I will say though is that for the purposes of this discussion, we can't forget the simple fact that something less than 15% of the ocean floor has been mapped.
Yep.
Meaning we know more about the surface of the moon than we do what's in our own oceans.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget, look, my generation, I remember this. I remember the notion of giant kraken in the ocean and sea monsters as being silly and, this is all just wives' tales.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until we actually had proof positive of the giant squid of the Pacific that there are giant kraken, right? It just turns out that these aren't sea monsters. They're part of nature and our normal paradigm, our normal reality in which we live in. So,
Mm-hmm.
we're always learning something new about what could be and what is
Sure.
in our natural environment. And the ocean is certainly no exception. Is it possible that there's something down there that's been speculated? Sure. And is it possible? Yeah, sure.
And you've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen things in the water and, we know that so the Navy had a program for a long time. So the Air Force had something called the Fast Walker program.
Yeah.
And I can talk about that. It's been declassified. The DSO office had this effort to try to track things from space. And one of the things was UFOs, believe it or not. The Navy had something similar. They called the Fast Mover program. And they would pick up information. They would pick up data, in some cases sonar returns, of things that are moving at very, very high velocity, almost seems to be stalking or trailing the submarine, only to pass by the submarine very, very fast and then disappear.
Tim Gallaudet mentions this.
Tim does, and not only Tim, a lot of folks do.
In naval intelligence.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Do you think naval intelligence has more intel on the UAP subject than a lot of these other intelligence groups?
I think they've been more forthcoming. I'm not sure they said more information. I think they've been more forthcoming. I'll tell you, I talked to a Navy captain of a boomer sub, and he was telling me the story how they were picking up on sonar an object moving 450 knots underwater, which is really fast, right? Faster than
it's insanely fast.
And he said it was bigger than us. It was bigger than a boomer class submarine that they're on, right? And so I asked him, and I feel kind of silly, but I'll share this with you because it's true. I said, kind of amazing. What'd you do? And he looked at me with a straight face. He said, Lou, we went around it. I mean, okay,
Yeah,
I
what
can
else
see
do you
that.
do?
Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. Dumb question, I guess.
Yeah, you avoid it. Are there current discussions about the possibility of at least some of the NHI/UAP phenomenon being artificial intelligence?
Well, I don't think we can rule it out.
Have you seen any evidence that might suspect that is the case? Like there is some type of AI controlling these things?
No, my background, but let me caveat here. My focus was more on nuts and bolts of craft. It wasn't really with the occupants or other folks that were looking at that. But let me also give you a very real example of why it's not far-fetched. Right now, we have the capability, you can put a helmet on, and we can fly drones remotely using a helmet, using our thought patterns. There was a gentleman probably earlier this year who gained some significant notoriety. He was a quadriplegic, and they decided to give him an implant that allows him to play a video game. In this particular case, I think it was Call of Duty. And just using his brain and his thought patterns, and it turned out that he wound up being almost better than just about any gamer out there because that interface was instant between his brain.
No bandwidth.
Right. So we are already using technical means to manipulate matter. Now, taking away the spookiness of it and telekinesis. No, it's technology. Not telekinesis is technology. It's simply the ability to interpret brain waves in a certain way and electrical signals, neural electrical signals and bioelectric signals, and translate that into an action using technology. So we as a simple species are already doing that. So does it make sense that in the future, not only our own species, but anybody else who's technologically proficient would do the same. I mean, it's clearly a more efficient way of doing things. By the time the signal goes from the brain down through the muscles and then it causes a response and a reaction, there's a delay there. That's not really efficient, is it? And also the signals can be misinterpreted, right? So it makes sense to have that type of technical interface. And we are already doing it as a species. Now, you get into the artificial intelligence aspect of it. Can NHI somehow, could it be some sort of form of artificial intelligence?
Because it could potentially predict what you're doing if it already has information on what you've done.
Right. Absolutely.
And so, you know, if you look in Commander Fravor's case where this Tic Tac object sort of got
anticipated almost
to his waypoint, you know, part of that could be, it can read the future, but part of that is it's just really good at mapping out the past.
Right. Or exploiting the data systems on board the aircraft as
Correct,
well, right?
also.
So there's options. I think artificial intelligence is a brave new world for us because for the first time, we may be on the verge of creating true sentience, but not biological, based upon silicon and not carbon, right? Based upon electricity and not the bioelectric processes in the human brain. So artificial intelligence is anything's almost possible because we're just now beginning to scratch the surface on what it can do. And we've already seen some of its capabilities, which are very compelling, which can be disturbing for some people because then that brings into other questions of like really free will. And fate, right? Which is really uncomfortable as a species for us to consider because most of us look at life and say, well, I've got a series of choices. You don't know what choice I'm going to make ahead of time, unless you're like you, who's a magician, right? You kind of already know that to some degree because you set the stage, you set the environment where only one choice is possible, right? But they think it's free will. That's very concerning for a lot of people because we don't like that idea that we're not in control of ourselves and our environment. And so when you talk about artificial intelligence and the capabilities of it, that's something we're going to have to deal with in the very near future because maybe we're not as free will as we.
It's also something as an intelligence you'll have to exploit. Right. Because
we have to.
Yeah, you have to.
Because the enemy's doing it.
That's right.
So we have to. The adversary is doing it and they're doing it quite well.
Yeah.
So we need to as well. We need to do that. And we also need to figure out a way to defend ourselves also from artificial intelligence and how to, which is very fascinating to me, if artificial intelligence has a 99% certainty of something happening because it's done all the calculations and algorithms and looking at our previous behavior patterns and whatnot, then is there a way to spoof it? Is there a way to circumvent that? Is there a way to do something that artificial intelligence hasn't predicted yet? Right? Because that's how you're going to survive. Because if an adversary knows your next move on the chessboard and knows how to win the game and put you in checkmate, then you got to figure out a way where they don't know what your next move is, right? And so that's kind of the situation we're in now. With
I think the best way would be to make them think you're playing chess.
That's right.
So, well, this is really interesting, and it leads me to also understand because, you know, you said you're tracking nuts and bolts. This is part of what you were doing. Before I ask this next question, I also just want to ask: are there more videos of submerged vehicles out there that you guys have access to?
Well, is there more evidence, information? Yes. So video is something very difficult when you talk about underwater.
Sure, but you have more data.
A lot more data. And then, yes, there's some video evidence, but underwater is much more difficult than in the atmosphere,
right? Because
water will affect the electromagnetic spectrum a little bit differently, and especially the electro-optical. So we don't see it. That's why we use sonar. We use sound waves instead of radar under the ocean because sound waves travel very well, whereas electromagnetic signals much, much more difficult. And so you're not using the same tools to quote unquote see something underwater. You're using technical equipment to give you a sight picture of what's there, but you're not actually physically seeing it. You don't have a photon of light bouncing off something, coming back into your eye, and then or a camera lens and interpreting that data because light doesn't travel. Look, if you've ever been, any of your folks out there, your audience or scuba divers know this. Once you get past 300 feet underwater, it's virtually dark. You can't see anything. Light stops. Now there's some animals and fish that have very sensitive eyes and they can see much, much deeper. But for the most part, the human eye is restricted because light waves and photons of light eventually get absorbed by the water. So it doesn't travel as far as it would like when you look at the horizon, it's maybe 11 miles away. Underwater, your horizon is maybe a couple hundred feet.
But that sonar information can be just as valuable. As
Oh,
visual.
yes. That sonar data
and revealing.
can be high fidelity, like incredible fidelity.
Are there reports of these giant craft down there that you've sort of speculated that the information is pointed to that these things might be massive down there?
Well, we've heard already from Tim Gallaudet, Admiral Gallaudet, right?
Yep.
That these things have been a mystery for the Navy for some time. And you don't have to even look at the United States Navy. You can go back. There's anecdotal information, even by some of the great explorers, hundreds of years ago.
Nick Columbus.
That's right. That's right. That experienced strange things under the water. I spoke to some civilian fishermen in Mexico when I was down there off the coast of Ensenada, kind of between the little island there called Guadalupe Island, Isla Guadalupe and Ensenada. And they report these luminous objects, these balls of light all the time under the water, and sometimes even pop out of the water and then fly away. And so this is not, and these are people who have no interest in being sensational. In fact, they love their privacy. They don't even want to be associated publicly with this. But they've experienced this. And there's logbooks of other seafaring captains and peoples who've reported very similar experiences going back centuries.
Does that make it a place of interest for the government?
Well, it should, but no. So government's interest typically is from a national security perspective, meaning how do we protect our people and how do we maintain a strategic advantage over our adversaries? Anything that is, and this is one of the people have always asked me, well, Lou, how much research did you do into UFOs when you're at ATIP and historical stuff? And did you talk to this ufologist? No, I didn't. Because really, when you're talking to a 3 or 4 star general, they don't care what happened in the 1950s or 1960s. They want to know what happened yesterday, right? And so you're really kind of narrowly focusing on the incidents that involve military equities and as they're happening now. If you go to a general and say, well, here's a report from 1966, they're going to say, what the hell are you showing me that for? I don't care.
Sure.
I want to know what happened yesterday. And so their focus is on the here and now.
Yep.
But I think that's part of a mistake because I don't think you can get an accurate understanding of the here and now unless you understand a little bit about the past and realize that there's patterns. Like, as an intelligence officer, we're all about patterns, kind of like magicians, right? There's certain predicted patterns. And if you understand those patterns, like putting together a puzzle, you can figure the puzzle out. And that's why it's so important that we do take a historic look at this. Now, some of the information is going to be bunk or junk, but some of it may be very, very telling.
And most of it happens over water, it seems.
Yes, water, and also, so there's 2 really interesting patterns that we've seen over time. One is there's an interest in our military capabilities and our nuclear capabilities and technology, and also large bodies of water.
Yeah.
There seems to be an overwhelming number of UAP sightings in and around bodies of water, which kind of answered the question you asked me about the Navy. Are they most proactive? Are they seeing the most? No, but they're out on the water the most, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. And so what else do you have? Well, you've got, let's say, the USS Nimitz or USS Roosevelt. That is a huge nuclear footprint. In fact, in some cases, that's a lot. When that fleet goes out with the nuclear carrier and nuclear submarines and other nuclear powered boats with potential nuclear weapons and other technology, that's a bigger footprint than the entire state of New York from a nuclear perspective. And you're on the water, which is why we early on in the Pentagon set up this Operation Interloper, which I can now talk about. Pentagon's given me permission to do it, where we were going to set a trap for these things. We knew that having a huge nuclear footprint in the middle of the ocean would be irresistible to these UAP because we had experienced it so much. So the idea was to set a trap, now when I say trap, you're going to say, oh, you're going to shoot it down. A lure, right. And we had the intelligence community approval and the Joint Staff to do this, the approval from the Joint Staff. So this was a very, very comprehensive effort that we were proposing and was almost unanimously accepted because they were seeing the same issues we were seeing at ATIP. So we were going to create this lure. And unfortunately, at the last minute, they pulled the plug.
They pulled the plug on the project.
On the project. Yeah, it was called O-Plane Interloper.
I mean, there has been rumors that the government hasn't been too shy about creating these type of lures in the past to attract NHI activity, to attract UAP activity, namely, and now this goes into a lot of what Jake Barber talked about. Now, before we had psychics, now it's psionics. Before it was UFOs, now it's UAP. Before it was NHI, before it was extraterrestrial, now it's NHI. It's all these other terms.
Right.
But all three of these terms were used by Mr. Barber in his recent 3-hour podcast with Ross Coulthard. And I wanted to get into that a little bit because I think you've already touched on it and had said that these objects that he's describing, these egg-like objects, are not. They're not these weather balloons.
They're not ours either.
And they're not ours. He reported that they have specific psionic teams taking these things, or at least bringing them into range to where they can take them down. Is that something that you've been read into in the past? Have you been read into any of these programs regarding psionics?
So let's break it down, I think, for the purposes of your listener, what psionics means.
Sure.
Right? Because you obviously know what it means, but the word psionics is something that is not, it's not a general term of
It's a sci-fi term.
Right. It's a sci-fi term, right? So psionics, it comes from the base word of psychic. Psychology, psychic, whatever. And we're dealing with the brain, right? And potentially human cognition and things like that. There is some speculation. Remember, we talked about technical interfaces with brainwaves, right? So that technology already exists. If you were a super sophisticated society, would it make sense to create technology that you could potentially interface with, manipulate, work with using brainwave functions instead of necessarily, wasting the time for the signal to go down to the hand and make a movement, which, by the way, is not very precise. I think there's an argument to say for that. Then you have to ask the question, has U.S. government in the past been involved with psionic type research? Or psychic research? And the answer is, again, a definitive yes.
Of course.
We now know through programs like Stargate and Grill Flame before that.
Center Lane.
The Center Lane, that's right. That the U.S. government and her adversaries have had a long and deep, rich history in using psychic research and using it for purposes of espionage and the collection of data. That's a fact. Anybody can look that up, and it was actually very, very successful. Then you have to ask the question, well, fine, but do we really accept that now in society? And the answer, again, is a definitive yes. Look at a lot of local police force will employ psychics. And by the way, to a great deal of effect, they've actually solved murders and found bodies using psychics, right? Now, people can poo-poo it all day long. The bottom line is it works. Now, how it works may be a different story, and we can, debate that all day long. But the bottom line is proof is in the pudding. Statistically, there is something there, whatever that means and however it works. So we've already crossed that bridge. We don't have to argue that it is what it is. So is it possible now, to your question, specific question, is it possible that the U.S. government employed certain individuals who had a predisposition to some of this psychic phenomena, whether you call it remote viewing or channeling or psychic or what, username du jour, to try to interface with or communicate with a non-human intelligence? Well, I think it'd be foolish to assume that we didn't or we wouldn't, given our previous history in human cognition.
Mm-hmm. The question is, has the government found success in there?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I'm not surprised that the allegations are there, because certainly if I had unlimited budget and I was in charge, I would try throwing everything at it, try to figure it out how it works, right? Mm-hmm. And people will say, well, that's a bunch of hooey. And say, look, here, the bottom line is, how we tell if people are dead or not in a hospital? Brainwave function.
Sure.
And when there's no brainwave function, people are presumed to be dead. Now, what is brainwave function? Now, some can argue, say, well, they're actually still alive. Yeah, maybe. But for argument's sake, we use brainwave function to determine if a human being is still alive or not. And to detect brainwave function is nothing more than an electrical process going on in the brain. And we have technology that can detect it and actually say, yes, there's higher functioning of the brain, or no, this person's in a vegetative state, very little chance they're going to come back. That part of the brain is shut down. And how do we know that? Because we have technical equipment that can detect it. We know that. That's a fact. And that's technology we accept all the time, every day. So does it make sense that if that is real, that there is an actual physics behind brainwave function and we can detect it, which we do, mm-hmm. does that also apply to something else that may have some sort of brain or higher brain function? And is there a way to interface with their form of brainwave function,
Mhm.
and therefore setting up tests where you could have people try to, if you will, interface, or in some have even alleged that there's some sort of conjuring capability there. I don't know that to be fact. I know there's a lot of people out in
or
UFO
hijacking,
right? It's certainly very interesting. And there was even in the Russian something called psychotronics. I'm
Mhm.
not sure if you're familiar with that, but the psychotronic weapon development system. And by the way, the CIA also invested in that. I know that to be fact. And that is the ability to use human brainwave functions with a piece of technology to affect matter. Now think about that for a minute. People talk about telekinesis. The bottom line is that there are ways to interpret brainwave functions using technology, a technological interface, and then affecting change.
Mhm.
And we talked about that with even the God helmet and
Mhm.
other experiments we're working on where we can use
the
brain
Kozyrev
signals.
mirror, and
That's right.
all these other experiments. But back to Mr. Barber, because what he's coming out with recently seems to be, it seems to be obviously a lot for a lot of people. Because, not only did we go into, he, was part of a team that recovered a craft that was of exotic origin, but also talked about being recruited as someone with psionic ability, also talked about using other factions that are non-governmental contractors and using their technology to help down some of these things when they're in close proximity. And then also about other crafts that were recovered that somehow had some emotional effect on him. And, this gets woo really fast.
Sure.
When listening to a lot of this stuff. And, I know there are a lot of listeners out there that when they hear of anything other than UAP, they're out.
Right.
Because it took them so long
Right.
to even get to UAP. But we do have to understand that something's piloting these things. These UAP, maybe they're flying themselves, but at some level, something is piloting these
You
things.
can't have a conversation about extreme advanced technology without then having the conversation of who built it, how does it work, what are they doing right? And these are the follow-on questions. Yes, I understand it can be disturbing for a lot of people. And people say, well, our government never would be involved in anything like that, using individual to do certain things. And well, look, if that's what you think, I don't know what to tell you, but there's lots of examples where we have. We've done some pretty heinous stuff and experiments on human beings without their permission. Look at the CIA's use of LSD when we were first teaching that. Look at
Canada had a hand in that too, by the way.
Look at the syphilis experiments, right, where we allowed human beings to die when we had the cure, simply because we wanted to see what happened, right? So there's a long laundry list of malfeasance and things that people have done in the name of national security that wound up being absolutely atrocious and heinous. And if there are children who are predisposed to having some sort of psychic capability as stated by some individuals, are there individuals in our government that would try to exploit that? I think in the past, probably, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got my personal reasons for saying that, but I also want to be very careful not to be conspiratorial, because I don't have firsthand knowledge. I've heard the rumors when I was an ATIP of this going on, but I was never part of that effort.
To be clear, you heard of the rumors of the psionics teams?
I heard rumors of psionics teams.
Or you heard rumors of the psionics team bringing down craft?
Not bringing down craft, of trying to use human brains
to try and interface with some of these things.
Whatever that is, correct. But again, I wasn't there for those experiments. I don't know. This is just kind of the hearsay that I heard when I was at ATIP and then afterwards.
It makes sense when you look at the government's interest into people like Chris Bledsoe and why that would be so valuable if he could just summon them at will.
Right.
If that was the case, then that would be absolutely, a leg up on the competition.
Sure. I've there's a lot of weird stuff as a kid I experienced. I don't never talk about it publicly, but there's been times I kind of scratch my head and say, what was that? Was that coincidence, or was that, was that something else? Did someone plan this to, it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. And by the way, for the record, the whistleblower that you're referring to that came forward, he is who he is. He was a special operator. He is an American hero. He's done a lot for his country. Now, whether his observation and his perspective is accurate, I think he's telling his truth. And I think people need to understand it. He put himself to a lot of risk, Jake did, for having this conversation with America. Now, for the record, I've never met the guy, but I have special operator friends of mine who I've worked with that were actually there with him and providing some security support and have said, hey, this guy is legit and here's his background and these are the missions he's been on. So he is part of that elite group of the best of our country. And I know it's kind of difficult for a lot of people to absorb that you have this guy that's coming out kind of out of the blue and making these claims. But I think everybody deserves to be heard.
Have you seen, heard, or know of any other egg-type crafts at ATIP?
Yes.
You have?
Yep.
More than one?
Boy. Yes. There's a story I'm dying to tell you. Hopefully I can get clearance at some point to say it.
That has to do with this?
It has to do with egg-shaped vehicles, yeah.
Have you ever noticed, seen, heard of, or heard whispers of any type of language or symbols apparent on these craft?
Yes.
If I show you a picture, can you confirm or deny?
It depends.
Can I try?
Sure. I'm going to put my old man glasses on. For the record, this is gray and not blonde, so I'm an old dude. I need as much help as I can get.
This is an image. This is zoomed in. Now, someone has taken the liberty of pointing some of these symbols out and saying that there is some type of resemblance to this language.
This is really interesting. When I was at the Pentagon, I spent considerable time researching ancient script and hieroglyphics and symbology and even cuneiform. And to see if there was any similarity on what was seen on the outside of these vehicles, which appeared to be some sort of glyph or rune, if you will. I am not familiar with this actual one, but
you are familiar with
absolutely
there being symbols on the outside of the craft.
Yeah, which by the way is significant. That means something. Look, when you have what let's break this down from a human and a scientific perspective. What is the purpose? I see your notes there. What is the purpose of written script? What is it?
To communicate.
That's right, to communicate. And more importantly, there's a way to communicate. When you are reading notes or you see a word, I just kind of gave it away. How do you detect it? How can you read written script? Because you have eyes, right? It's a visual thing. People who are blind can't read.
Sure.
So they use Braille. So whenever you have reports that a UAP, a UFO has something written on it, there's a few things that you can surmise immediately. First and foremost, that they're communicating something. You don't write something unless there's a meaning behind it, whether it's Chinese character or, English, ancient Elizabethan English, right? Or even going back to some of the older forms of written communication. You're conveying an idea, a thought, or a directive, and you're doing it through visual sight. So that means whoever that is intended to see and whoever wrote it, chances are they have eyes or they use the electro-optical spectrum to discern their environment. So that's not too dissimilar from humans and other animals on this planet. And that there's a higher brain function. Dogs don't use writing. They don't, read dictionaries. It's only a human thing. In fact, of all the animals on our planet and all the primates, the only animal that actually use written communication are human beings, right? So ever since we were living in caves and we were painting animals that we hunted and painting our palm print, the human print on that side of that cave, we're the only ones that do that. So when you come across, in this particular case, a UAP that has some sort of writing on it, there's some assumptions and presumptions that can be made immediately.
Yeah.
And that they're maybe not that dissimilar from us. Now, maybe it simply is like, if you ever had a Jeep, you know, and you have those upside down stickers, if you can read this, flip me back over, right? Maybe it's something like that. Or if you can read this, you know, phone home for me because I'm in trouble. Or maybe it means something else. But yeah, we looked at that at ATIP as wondering if there's some sort of intent that we can glean from script.
Because you were aware of craft that had script on it.
And not just me. No, there's a lot
At
of
ATIP.
yeah, it's pretty undeniable at this point that
was it written or engraved in these crafts?
No, it was engraved. It wasn't written.
Did it look not too dissimilar from what I just showed you?
Yeah, it's much more precise than that, actually. I mean, there's no doubt about what you showed me there is someone's interpretation of what could be either script or it could be just scratches in the ablative process of.
It was very blatant.
Oh yeah, like
clear.
Looking at that,
Yeah.
it's like, hey, that's there for an intended purpose.
You've seen these on egg crafts?
Let me do a polite pass on that. It was on a different craft, but the egg craft is something that is people are now just saying, oh, this is a new form of UAP. No, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
We've been and not just us. There are people. If the story ever comes out, we have been dealing with this shape for a long time. It's not new. People think it's new. It is not at all. In fact, there's some very interesting intelligence information about that. I cannot go into any detail. I'm very hopeful that information will probably come out soon enough. Not by me, but some scientists who actually research some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And it is not new to our intelligence community either.
I mean, we've been hearing about egg crafts with symbols on it since Lonnie Zamora. We've also spoken to Chris Bledsoe, who he described his as being an egg as well. So these things tend to pop up, but more than that, in both of these stories, they have some type of intelligent being on the inside.
Well, and if you think about an egg, it's almost nature's perfect solution. It is the egg shape there's a reason why it is what it is.
Yeah,
because
it's perfect.
It's perfect. And it's extremely resilient to external forces. Try again. There's an old trick where you take an egg and try to smash it with your fingers. It's very tough to do. And so there's a reason. You could even surmise a reason why some of our early space capsules almost had that little bit of a egg shape to it, because it's very resistant to Earth's atmosphere when you're coming in on reentry. It's a very efficient shape. It is naturally aerodynamic, naturally. So there's a lot of advantages to having something the shape of an egg. In fact, if you look at World War II and some of our bombs, they look like eggs with fins on them. You know, there's a reason for that. It's because of the efficiency of that shape.
I mean, it's really interesting, that we're talking about this, because to me, this just communicates that we also have data, specific data on crafts that are very close up, very HD, that type of information leads me to believe that, the information that we were given with the Tic Tac, the gimbal, the Go Fast was all just preparatory. Because if you're holding on to that type of clear imagery, it really cements the idea that it's a planned dissemination to the public.
Is it? But let me ask you something. If you were in charge for just a day, and you know that this whole experiment only works because people have faith and confidence in you, right? This is a term we call catastrophic disclosure versus controlled disclosure. And I know people hate that idea. Oh, you don't have no right to control it. Look, if really there is even a remote possibility that this really could be a destabilizing conversation, then it is the responsible move to handle this in a very methodical manner.
Sure.
Right. Because you don't want to disrupt life. At the end of the day, people still have to pay their mortgages and pay your cell phone bills.
Yep.
You got to go to PTA meetings. You got to take the kids to soccer.
I think we all get it, but it's the admission of that, I think, that people have a hard time with. It's not so much the act of it.
But brother, look, you already had a former director of national intelligence state for the record that these things are real, whatever they are. You had a former director of the CIA, you had 2 former presidents of the United States. You've got other elected leaders in other countries all saying it. I mean, people say, well, when are we going to have disclosure? I say, look, you already have it. We've crossed the Rubicon already. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it and how are we going to have it? It may not be the flavor of disclosure you want, but you already have the governmental look. You have the setting up of Arrow. Yeah, I know there's some hiccups there and they still kind of dorking around, but that'll be fixed very soon.
Yeah.
You have a new administration in the United States that is very proactive in this topic, wants the American people to know the truth and think the American people can handle the truth. And by the way, same with our elected officials. For the first time, we have a bipartisan issue that both Democrats and Republicans can agree with and say, yeah, you know what? Americans deserve the truth. So we've already had disclosure, big D as people call it. It's just maybe not the flavor people are expecting.
Well, I think a lot of people are just of a simpler, sort of mind where they're like, well, just show me what you got, and I think that's what it really comes down to with a lot of people's frustrations is not that.
Yeah.
Yes,
transparency. It's a transparency issue.
Exactly.
And this is what motivates me. I agree. Look, I think we need to level with the American people. I think we need to level with the world. And let's face it. Look, Canadian
if we know they aren't adversarial, that is.
Right. Well, even if they are adversarial, we need to know.
Mm-hmm.
And look, the dumbest secret there is that the Canadians have been dealing with this. The U.S. has been dealing with this. The Mexicans have been dealing with this. South America has been dealing with it. Europe's been dealing with it. Russians, the Chinese, and is it the worst kept secret at this point? Is it possible that maybe this is the one conversation that can actually get countries that are adversarial to each other say, look, for this one thing, let's agree to agree and let's work together on this, and I will make a treaty. I promise I will not exploit this technology to hurt you, and you have to do the same thing. Let's work together scientifically on this because maybe it'll help us as humanity move forward. Clean energy solutions, for example, or better medical. Look, one only has to look at the 10 years, the 1 decade that we had this space race with the then Soviet Union, right? Now Russia. What happened during the Apollo years? We went from 1960 to 1969 to putting a person on the moon, and we did it almost routinely, if you can imagine that, right? What happened as a result? Well, over 6,200 industries, not products, industries were a result of that 1 decade of competition to get into space and ultimately get on the moon. Things like the LED light bulb, things like the CAT scan that have outlived their initial intended purpose and have changed the well-being of humanity for the good forever, right?
Yeah.
And that's just 10 years of trying to get to the moon. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine this type of technology? The potential benefits it could have for our species. Now, with that said, there's the counter argument, right?
Of course.
Every time, look at nuclear energy. Yeah, it can power a city, but it can also destroy a city. You can't ignore it because there are rogue nations out there that will say, well, if I can fly from here to there almost instantly and not be seen, then I can put a weapon on that thing, right? Yep. And now all of a sudden, Pandora's box has been opened and there's a liability there. So, maybe we need to have a conversation, an adult conversation with the rest of the world. And I'm not talking like United Nations. I'm talking bigger, like a no kidding. Hey guys, we got to get to the table on this because we're going to wind up. You don't want to die. We don't want to die. We don't want to kill each other with this. This is like for real. It's like nuclear weapons, right? Let's not use them if we can help.
Yeah, this is the Manhattan Project on steroids.
That's right. But if we're smart, we'll use it. We'll do this for peaceful purposes.
Yeah, for once.
And I think we can. And by the way, the reason why I have hope is not because of my generation. My generation is paranoid. We screwed this topic up long enough. We've hid it. We suppressed it. And then we ruined people's lives for it. It's your generation. Because when I had to have secret conversations about this topic in the Pentagon, it was always because we were afraid of the reaction we were going to get, the visceral reaction and the fear. Your generation, which is the generation of my daughters, seem much more open to this. It's much more, hey, listen, we really need to get to the bottom of this because there could be a benefit here. And look, we don't want to go to war with Russia. We don't want to go to war with China. Can't we all just get along for once and try to work this out because this involves all of humanity? And that gives me encouragement. That's why I think the time is now to have this conversation because unlike before, previous generations like mine that completely botched this topic, your generation actually seems to be more open and more responsible about it. And I think it's partly because of this type of technology.
Sure.
When I was in high school, if I wanted to learn about the Andes Mountains, I had to go to a library, pick an encyclopedia off the shelf that was probably 10 or 15 years old already. Luckily, maybe the page was still there. It wasn't ripped out for some other kid's project, and I got about a paragraph and a half about the Andes Mountains. Now, in virtually any language, instantaneously, in anywhere part of the world, you can pull up on your phone all the information you want and have volumes and volumes and volumes and volumes about the Andes Mountains, how they were made and the precipitation rate and the population and erosion rates and all that stuff, right? You have more information at the tip of your hand. For the first time, the world is connected like never before. There's great power in that because for the first time, your generation can understand how people in your generation in China feel, right? And you can communicate, and how people in Iran feel, and people in Russia and China and the UK and France and Germany. And if you don't understand the language, it'll automatically be translated for you. So that communication barrier has been evaporated. And also the cultural barrier. You guys are far more accepting of new ideas, new principles, new perspectives than mine. Look, I grew up in a generation where I was on the tail end of literally where we had separation of races. Can you imagine that? Right? How foolish and silly is that? And now it's like, my God, what the hell were people thinking? Right.
Yeah.
But yet that was an associated norm. That was an expected norm. When I was in the military, we were always told, don't ask, don't tell. Right. And, homosexuality in the military is bad. Well, it's silly. It's stupid. Why the hell did we ever care? Why? Because we were ignorant. My generation made these dumb rules because we didn't know better. Your generation is not that way. You don't have these preconceived notions of what should and shouldn't be. You use common sense. And I think that's why the timing is like never been before, because we've never had the technology before. And we've also never had a generation like yours before. And those two perfect storms allow us to have a conversation like this.
Great. I mean, that gives me some hope. You know, one of the scariest things that I've ever heard was, I think it was Hal Puthoff who said this. And if the government discovered a drop of water, the first thing they're going to do is figure out how to drown you in it.
Yep. And,
part of me is thankful for that and you can say what you want, but if we didn't invent the nuke first,
right, this
podcast would not be happening.
That's right.
And that's pretty much a fact.
And we'd be speaking a different language, perhaps.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, you bring up a really interesting point. There is this weird, if you look at from a biological perspective and a sociological perspective, this I guess the best way to describe it is tribalism. Ancient mankind had a small circle of people within their tribe, maybe living in a cave, living in a hut, whatever. And that was your reality. And everybody else were enemies, right? Because we were living in an environment where we were resource starved. So either I ate or you ate. And if you ate, I didn't. And so we had this weird competition. And then as society expanded into the village, it became now a village mentality. And we still write books now, it takes a village, right? So our society and our little myopic society that we kind of encapsulate ourselves in, and everybody else is out there, the enemy, and we're going to stick together. And then you had the urbanization. And once we kind of entered this point of agriculturalism, and we weren't nomads anymore. We kind of gravitated to a central region and attracted more people. So that population density became greater until eventually you had regional areas, and then eventually you had borders of nations, right? United States, and you're Canadian, and you're Mexican, and But as we continue to push our boundaries, we begin to realize that we're really all the same. And this is something that I've tried to tell people. Look, if you're ever in space and you look down at the Earth, you don't see the lines between countries. We're all together. We're all together. We're all, we will say, well, I'm American. What does that mean? Because people in South America, they're Americans too. They're just South Americans versus North Americans versus Central Americans. Right? We're all in this together. But we're fighting instinct, because our instinct is to be tribal. Our instinct is my loyalty is to my people, my country, my family, my this, my that. And that was in order to survive as a species, we needed to. Animals do the same thing, right? You have a pack of wolves and they stick together and they go after everything else. And so that is part of the Darwinian survival and evolution of all things biological, because why? We live in a resource-starved environment. It's either them or me, eat or be eaten. But we're now realizing if we want to evolve to the next phase of our existence as human beings, where we rely on this and, not bronze, but our brains and our hearts, we have to overcome that instinct to control, to dominate, to do all the things that nations and religions do. In fact, that is the one thing I think that is stopping our evolution to the next phase of human reality, which is do we have enough sense to get rid of some of these instinctual habits that we've, by the way, required to survive to get to where we are now? Like you said, the bomb, right? Thank God, as bad as it was, thank God we had it, not them. But have we been able to outgrow that to the point now where we can actually all have a conversation together and say, look, we're all brothers and sisters. I may not agree with you. I may not understand you. You may not agree with me and understand me, but we can agree that humanity's survival as a species demands that we begin to work with each other, communicate with each other towards a common goal and stop this infighting and competition. And maybe at some point we'll get to a point where we're not in a resource-starved environment. We are in an environment where we don't have that competition and we don't need to have that competition.
Yeah. Yeah, great. And I think that, Reagan said it too at the UN meeting there when back in the day when he was like, it would take, an external extraterrestrial threat for all of us to like be, realize that, hey, we're in this together. Maybe, hopefully, it isn't an extraterrestrial threat that we're facing. Okay, I have a question here. I have a few more questions that we got to get into. I'm just still fascinated with all the things that you've seen. And I think that's where and I'll speak for a lot of people here. I think that's the broadly in a general sense why people are so fascinated with people in your position. Because you got to peek behind the curtain. We did not, right? So we, to a certain extent...
Well, careful what you wish for.
I know.
We just say it's a double-edged sword.
That's another question I have. But for now, like you have, access to the mechanism. You have access to at least a portion of the mechanism. And you get to peek behind the veil. And all the rest of us are curious, right? We're curious because it involves mankind. It involves our own potential religion. It involves life and death. It involves why we're here. It involves the questions of the universe. It involves the most important things that humanity has ever asked for. And you potentially had one of the closest encounters with the answer. That is great.
That's heavy, man. You don't put that on my shoulders.
Are you kidding me? That is what it is. That is why people are so passionate about this. That is why people get fired up, whether good or bad or angry or happy, or they get fired up because this is important. This is the big question. And, there aren't so many people that have come forward to talk about that. And the second we get somebody, is the second we need to grill them. It's the second we need to put them through the ringer because they're like, hey, you're playing with my emotions here.
Right. And truth, whatever that truth is. And you're going to come out and if you're going to say this is the truth, then, you better prove it.
Exactly.
That's right.
And so, you of all people can understand the amount of, frustration and vitriol and all of this stuff combined because deep, deep, deep down, everyone's just hoping for an answer. That's just deep down.
But my role isn't to provide answers. My role is just to provide information. It's up to you to find those answers. And this is what I try to tell people.
Well put.
It's don't put that responsibility on my shoulder. I'm just like you. And I'm fallible and I'm a human being and I, wake up and I spill my coffee and, I'm not a messiah, man. That's
understood.
That my job is simply as a purveyor of the information. Here's the information. Here's the data. Here's the facts. How you interpret that and what you think about that, brother, that's on you, not me.
But a lot of us are not willing to make that answer as long as there's information being withheld.
Oh, agreed. No, you're right. And that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Right.
Here's the information. And we've got to get more out.
We do want to make those answers and hopefully, we don't look to anyone else for answers and we can come up with those ourselves. But as long as we're aware that there is information that is being withheld, we can't fully formulate a proper answer. And some people's frustration, my guess, is that you have that luxury of formulating some type of answer that they would love to formulate themselves. Make sense?
Yeah, good point.
So, forgive me for always, prying into what it is you've seen, but that's the underlying value in this is that some of us just want to know more so that we can make our own answers.
Sure. And that's fair. And I think that's a really good point. And that's, I guess indirectly some of why I do what I do. I want you to have information so you can make your own assessment. And this is why people say, well, Lou, what do you think? You know what? To hell with what Lou thinks. It doesn't matter what Lou thinks. What matters is what you think. My job is, this is why, I always tell people when I was a former special agent, and when I was a special agent in charge, our job is very simple. Provide the information to the jury, let the jury decide. Doesn't matter what I think about it. But doesn't matter how I feel about it.
Sure.
What matters is, what does the data suggest? What does the math suggest? What is the collection of data and observations provide? And then you allow the people to make that decision for themselves.
Correct.
Right. And I think it's the problem we have right now in this UFO community, which I do not consider myself a ufologist. I'm not a researcher of UFO. I just happen to have the job. That was it. Paid by the government, American taxpayer dollars. I think it's critical that people be allowed to make their own interpretive decisions for themselves, because this is people.
Of course,
people say, "Lou, what do you think?" It doesn't matter. What matters is what you think. Here's the data. You figure that out. Don't be so quick to give up that sacred right you have to think.
But once again, we don't have that data.
Right. Well, we get some of it.
We don't have it.
You don't have all of it. There's a difference. You do have some of it.
Yes, we do have some of it.
And I know it's frustrating because people say they want more. I get it. I understand.
Well, it's because it's
like chocolate,
and it's not, and that's not on you that it's frustrating, by the way. And I know you shoulder a lot of that, and to a great extent, it's very unfair because you have been forthcoming with more information, I think, than most people would have gotten in a lifetime of research. Thanks to the things that you've done coming forward.
Well, thank you. I am trying.
Absolutely, and that is undeniable. And I'm willing to fight anyone on that. But the problem is once we scrape the barrel, we're like, okay, well, what's next?
Right.
And we know there is a next. We know there is something. Right.
You're right.
Okay.
I think part of the frustration, and let me be completely transparent with you guys. I do a lot of work behind the shadows, behind the scenes, in order to get to like where we are now. Whether it's a new whistleblower that maybe I've been aware of for the last few years, or maybe a secret project that will hopefully blow the lid on a lot of this, whether it's through a documentary, getting the right people to have the conversation. The problem is when you do that in the dark, people think that you're hiding something from them. They don't realize that, look, it's not you I don't trust. What I don't trust are some of the elements over there that don't want this conversation to happen. And I can't have the conversation with you without them hearing it. So I have to do things behind the scenes and in the dark until they become revealed, right?
Yes.
And people look at that as, oh, well, that's Lou being secret. That's Lou, obfuscating the truth. That's Lou controlling a narrative. No, it's not. What it's doing is allowing me the time and the ability to present the information where someone's not going to take it away from you. And that's why I do a lot of what I do when I leave these breadcrumbs. People say, well, I don't want breadcrumbs. That's why you're doing that. Look, if you look for the last 7 years, everything I've ever said has come to pass without exception. Every single thing. And I do that deliberately so people know, look, I am fighting for you. I'm working for you behind the scenes. I just can't tell you everything that I'm doing right now, but eventually you'll know. And I'm trying to, I know people say, well, it's been 7 years. Yeah, but we've done more than 7 years and we have in the last 70. I mean, guys, I'm working my ass off. Believe me, I'm putting myself in a lot of risk. I lost almost everything pursuing this, and like I said, how much are you paying me to do your podcast right now? How much are you paying me? Zero. That's right. Find any podcaster that I've taken a penny from. It costs money, baby. I'm taking time away from my family to have this conversation with people, and people don't realize that. He's a grifter, man. You don't know grifter. If I was a grifter, you know how much money I'd have right now? I'd be flying a Learjet. I deliberately don't do that, simply because I don't want to pollute the topic. And so,
and I respect that. And I think, just from my observation, I try to remain really sort of unbiased from all of this and just look at it from like a spectator perspective. And I think there are a lot of other bad actors in this specific area.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people with cottage industries that have been selling a line of bull to people for a long time, and now they've got to double down, triple down,
and there's a lot, and there's also a lot of trust me, bro.
Yeah.
Right. And people are sick of the trust me, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because there's a lot of it, and so I guess the reason there's probably so much frustration.
You're going to get hate, by the way, as I promise you.
Yeah.
Just for having me in your studio,
I'm aware,
and having this conversation. Oh, Lou's a grifter. He's full of crap. He doesn't know.
I mean, I've been called the same. I'm aware and am currently unfazed by it. Because for me, this is not only a pursuit for them. This is a pursuit for myself as well. I want to know, right? And whatever means I have to get that information is the means
Sure.
I'm going to pursue. But they would also be lying if they said they wouldn't want to be sitting right here and talking with you right now.
Interesting. I think a lot of people probably would, yeah, if anything, to throw a tomato at me, probably.
Fine. But if it means getting a little bit more, a little closer to the answer that they're so desperately seeking, then I think it's worthwhile.
But you know, the answer, here's a great point. The answer doesn't come externally. And this is why I've told people before, if you really want to know what's going on out there, you first got to know what's going on in here.
Yeah.
And this is the filter for everything we see and we conceive and we perceive, right? And so you have to stop saying, I demand the truth. Give me the truth. Look in the damn mirror and say, first of all, what can I do to be a better father, a better husband, a better citizen, right? And let me be the best that I can be. And then hopefully that, whatever that is, makes more sense.
Sure.
Right. Because as long as we have the pride and the ego that so many of us carry around and the inability to look in the mirror and say, you know what, I don't really like that aspect of what I see. We're in a society where it's, oh, you have to love yourself. You know, oh, you're the best. You know what? That affirmation is BS. We need to be hypercritical of ourselves so we can be better people. I'll share. You know what these tattoos here on my arm? And by the way, I don't normally like tattoos, but I did it for military and other stuff. You know what this says? It's Latin. It says acceptum paenitio. It means with regret. Because there are people out there that live their lives. I have no regrets. You know what? You're a moron then, because then you're never going to learn a lesson. I have lots of regrets. I've done things that I wish I didn't have to do. Now, if I was put in the same situation again, would I do it for my country? Damn right I would. But I regret the fact that as humans, we had to even be put in that situation. I never want to forget the faces and the lives of other human beings that maybe aren't here anymore, right? Because of things that maybe I've done, right? And so, no, I want to remember their faces. I don't want to glorify that because I'm still a human, and I did things because I had to, not because I wanted to. And I think we have to be self-reflective. I think we have to have the courage to look in the mirror and say, you know what? I can be a better person. You're not going to be perfect. We're humans. We're never, ever going to be perfect. But it shouldn't stop you from trying to being a better human being. And I think that is maybe one of the keys to unlock this greater mystery. We can't, how are we going to, I'll give a perfect case in point. I had a general about 2.5 years ago now. It's been a while. He says to me after giving him a briefing on this topic, he says, Lou, this one I was with the U.S. Space Force. He goes, look, Lou, I really don't care about this. All I care about is if this thing lands on the White House lawn, do I go ahead and extend my hand out to shake its hand and in friendship, or do I point an M16 at its head? And I looked at him and said, my dear General, you're missing the point. It's not an either or solution, right? Both of those may be the wrong way to react to this. We need to do a better job of understanding what's actually going on. In order to do that, you first have to understand how you're wired yourself. What makes you tick? What motivates you? Because that's going to depend on how you interpret that data. Is it friendly? Is it a threat? Or is it something completely different? And so we all have to be on that same sheet of music. We all have to have that honest conversation with ourselves. You know what? We're not perfect. You know what? I'm not the best person out there. You know what? I'm not the prettiest. I'm not the richest. I'm not the most influential, and yeah, I've got some bad habits. Maybe I don't clean up the bathroom, or I drink too much, or I'm a gambler, or whatever that is. But be honest with yourself, man. And then make the effort of trying to learn those lessons and become a better human being, because maybe that's what it's going to take to really understand out there. You got to first understand here.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. And I think that's a great point. And it's one of the most refreshing things I've heard in this topic, because even Jake Barber, we'll get back to him, he had this sort of this providence, this holy moment when he perceived him being in contact with whatever emotional feminine energy entity was in this craft. But that changed him fundamentally. You could see that on camera. He almost broke down into tears just even talking about it. It was very real to him. And he said something. He said something to the likes of, everybody should feel this in order to understand, that perspective is everything. And
I
that
don't
when you-
disagree with that. I think he's absolutely right about that.
Yeah, when you have, I've always stuck to this. If you understand someone, it is impossible to hate them, and I will die by those words. Think about anyone in your life who you dislike, find annoying, or hate, and now really try and understand them. Yeah. Really try and walk a mile in their shoes and try to be empathetic to what it is their entire story is from beginning to end and current.
And that's hard to do.
It's really hard to do. But if you can do that, even if you can get close to doing that, you find yourself feeling all sorts of other feelings for this person that aren't negative.
Well, and think about if you've ever been guilty of that
Correct.
same behavior, which chances are we have.
Yeah.
Because we're human.
But we don't want to do that. And sometimes in life, we want to have someone we can point the finger to.
Well, of course. Because we're human beings.
And it avoids us having to point it at ourselves.
And accept responsibility, right?
Yeah.
The harder thing to do, like I said, is look in the mirror and accept responsibility and say, you know what? Shoot, I could have done better.
Sure.
I did not give it my best. And I know it.
Yeah.
And I need to work on that. Right.
And you're not without your flaws.
No,
and that's
of course.
something that you've also been vocal about as well.
Right.
Is that, yeah, mistakes happen, things happen to people, but
you got to own up to it, man.
You haven't given up.
No, and you know what? Accept responsibility, remain accountable. It's not that hard. Yeah, it sucks. And you got to swallow your pride, but guess what?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you're going to succeed. You have to have those lessons learned. And if you don't, right? And for me, I had to be dumb enough. I had to put up my arms to remind myself of it. You're going to be doomed to repeat those same mistakes over and over and over and over again. And something magical happens when you actually accept responsibility, even though it's a gut punch to the pride and ego part. All of a sudden, you become free. It is freedom in a way that you would not expect, but it's very, very liberating, and it's also very, very, I think, encouraging, and it's helpful because you all of a sudden get more out of life. You begin to appreciate things you wouldn't before. You walking in a park and you look at a little flower that's growing underneath a tree, and we all say, "Wow, that's magical." How many times have I walked by here and never even noticed that or cared, right? And now all of a sudden, wow, beauty is right there. I don't have to go searching for beauty in a Vogue magazine or a New York runway. It's right there. Nature's beauty right there. And here I am this entire time taking it for granted, right? So I think, this is what I know it frustrates people. People always say, well, if I want to really know about that, what's your one suggestion, Lou? I say, stop worrying about that. Stop worrying about that.
Mm-hmm.
Start worrying about what's in here. And then maybe you'll unlock the secrets.
Yeah, you'll get a fresh perspective.
Yep.
All right, let's get back to the nuts and bolts. This is great. I love this, by the way. And thank you for addressing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Bit of a fun question.
Okay.
If you can get access to any archive out of the 19 intelligence agencies, if you can get full unrestricted access to any of their archives, and we're talking DOE, CIA, DOD, whatever it is, DIA, whatever. What agency?
Well, it's a bit unfair for me because I had a very high security clearance.
And you had access to
access to a lot of stuff. But I think for me.
Okay, if you were in my position.
The CIA, and here's the reason why. Not because it's the CIA.
It's domestic. It's not domestic.
It's not domestic, but more importantly, they share a lot of information from other agencies goes to the CIA. So it's not just CIA information you'd have access to. You'd have access to a lot of other agencies, both domestic and foreign, information that the CIA has access to. It's kind of a belly button, if you will. And so if you can get into there and really have full open access, you would learn a lot.
Is the DOE interesting as well?
Absolutely it is. Look, by law, anything that gives off a certain amount of radiation falls under the DOE.
Is there, okay. So we're speaking about lures earlier, right? And how the ocean, big bodies of water, but also, possibly strife and conflict, nuclear war, these things seem to attract. Are there any environmental factors that attract them?
Yeah.
What are some that aren't the ocean? What are some other environmental factors that you've seen activity in? or atmospheric?
Certain, so there is a lot of information on this topic to suggest that uranium mines are of particular interest, and other mines as well. Believe it or not, gold. Now, if you think about it, why gold? Not from a monetary perspective, but what gold is. Gold is a very interesting metal, and which, by the way, makes it valuable. Not because it's pretty and it's gold. It's because of the properties. The reason why NASA and the Air Force use gold a lot on the inside of
radiation properties, or
all sorts of properties. Right. I got to be careful what I say here, but gold has some very interesting properties, and there has been some information to suggest that UAP are interested in mining operations, both uranium and gold.
That was also suggested by the 4chan whistleblower who talked about the underwater construction unit. Yeah,
interesting,
very interesting. I mean, if it's just my brain's jumping to Ariel, the Ariel school, they were close to a uranium mine as well.
That's not the only one.
Yeah, I'm sure there are other mass sightings.
There's some reports, governmental reports. I could probably tell they've been released through FOIA now, so they were classified. CIA reports on mines in the Congo, gold mines, where these things were seen by many, many people.
Wow.
Australia too.
Oh, I mean, okay. So there's one thing being interested in the material, but there's another in extracting it.
Yep.
Have you any recorded data of observing these UAP extracting anything?
No, none. I have not. Doesn't mean it's not the case. Yeah. Doesn't mean it's not the case, but not in my experience. I haven't seen actually any extraction of minerals from the earth.
Okay. The 4chan whistleblower said that like the technology they used was laser somehow, and that lasers were really interesting, and that China was actually using some of these lasers and had figured out how to bore these holes and to mine things that left the United States baffled.
So are we sure it's actual laser? So laser is very interesting. It's in the visible light spectrum, and it's a very specific frequency of light. So a green laser only uses green. It looks green because it's green, and the photons are coming out at a very specific frequency. Blue lasers, red lasers. There's things that can be confused as lasers directed energy that are really not based in photons or the emission of actual light. Then you also have in some cases, what they call a Doppler shift. So part of the discussion we had in ATIP was some of the biological consequences of people getting too close to these things and suffering injury. Yeah, exactly. Doppler redshift, blue shift. What could be coming out in, let's say, a certain radio frequency when it goes through a certain process and perhaps leaves the UAP or the UFO, it gets Doppler shifted into a higher frequency that now becomes interpreted as visible light or possibly even energy, like it could hurt you, right? Like, X-ray, for example. So when someone says, well, they're using laser technology,
you could look that way.
Yeah. Is it really laser technology, or is it something else that we are now superimposing our own understanding of physics, saying, oh, that's a laser, when really it might not be a laser per se, but it's interpreted that way.
Yeah, it has laser-like properties.
Right.
Okay. Has there been, through what you've been shown, any reason to believe that the NHI or the UAP that you've been observing has a distinct and perhaps adverse effect on our religious beliefs?
Well, you don't have to look at aliens and UFOs. A lot of things can threaten religion.
But was there anything specifically that, because there has been talks of Jesus and Bibles and stuff.
Let me explain it this way. There's nothing that I'm aware of that threatens or hinders my own interpretation of spiritualism and religion.
Sure.
But we can look back in the past. For example, look at Galileo Galilei, when he first proposed the non-Earth-centric view of our solar system and proposed the heliocentric view of our solar system. What happened? Well, religion responded very violently and almost put him to death for it until he recanted, right? At the end of the day, we realized Galileo didn't do anything to threaten religion. It was mankind's interpretation of religion that was being threatened.
Sure.
Not God or the notion of God, but mankind's understanding of God or the great architect or the great beyond, right? Whatever you want to call it.
Well, I guess more specifically, my question would be, has there been anything in what you have studied that would confirm or deny religion.
Everything I've seen only reinforces the notion of
religion, but nothing specifically. There's no specific data that points to any of the major religious events or any of the.
Well, we have to be careful because it's very subjective, very interpretive. Let me give you an example. I hear over and over again people say, well, the Bible's full of UFO encounters. Look at Ezekiel's wheel.
Sure.
Okay, great. Or it could have just been someone's dream, or it could have been a vision that wasn't related to UFOs at all. We don't know because we're separated by space and time, right? So we weren't there. So how do we know what the writer or the author was thinking at the time? You really don't. So there's a lot of interpretation, a lot of subjectivity there.
Okay.
I think if anything, this topic only reinforces the notion that there is certainly a degree of order in this universe and that the cosmos is incredibly vast. Let me give you an example here. I've said this a few times before. There are two barriers to human beings really understanding the universe. In fact, if you look at the entire, there's 5 fundamental senses for which we judge our environment. And if you can't touch it, taste it, hear it, smell it, etc., we really don't know it's there, right? Because that's the only way we have to, we can use technology to help enhance some of that, but we only have 5 senses. So let's look at human vision for a second. What is human vision? Human vision is a very, very narrow band of the electromagnetic spectrum we call the electro-optical spectrum, right? Really tiny. You can see red and we can see up to blue, and that's it. And we think we can judge the entire universe, but that's only 0.0035% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum, meaning most of reality lies beyond our ability to perceive it. Now, are there animals that can? Sure, honeybees can look in ultraviolet. There's animals that can see in infrared and whatnot. We as humans can't. So we rely on technology. Where I live in Wyoming, beautiful night skies. Take a look at that night sky and you'll see all these stars. Now look at that same night sky through a radio telescope and you start seeing things you can't see normally. You see large gaseous clouds and nova and things like that are just as real, but they lie beyond our ability to perceive. And then you've got a scalability issue. You and I are sitting in this wonderful studio you have here, having this great conversation between you and me. And when you look at the scale of the universe, so most scientists believe that the visible universe, visible horizon, is about 40 billion light years across. Now, to understand that and really perceive that, what does that mean? Well, that means take a photon of light, which travels at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, 7.5 times around our entire planet in a second. Now, think how far light can travel in a week and in a year. And now take that and multiply it by 40 billion, right? Incredibly vast. And that's only 10% of the actual size of the universe. Most cosmologists agree that the universe is 10 times bigger. It's just that it's so vast, light will never reach Earth. So that's our visible horizon, 40 billion, but really the universe is probably over 100 billion light years, maybe even much bigger across. And we are this infinitesimally small speck somewhere in the middle. I would encourage your audience, if they ever get a chance, get on Google, look on Google Images and type in pale blue dot. What is that pale blue dot? That is Earth. Everything you ever thought, dreamed, hoped, cried, laughed occurred on that tiny dot. Every moment of history that we know of since the beginning of time occurred on that planet. Everybody who's ever lived and died on that tiny little blue dot hurling through the vastness of space, right? That's very uncomfortable for people to look at and realize that and how vulnerable we really are.
Real perspective.
Now, let's do the reverse. Let's go down. Let's look at Avogadro's number, 6.2 something times 10 to the negative 23rd, a hydrogen atom, a proton, neutron, and electron for hydrogen. That is times 10 to the negative 23rd in size. That's roughly the same order of magnitude as we are to the universe, and it's inside every human being, meaning most of reality is either too big or too small for human beings to really interact with and grasp. And in fact, we can, as a species, if we're lucky, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude up or down, and that's it. That's our reality. When the truth is, most of the universe is beyond our ability to even perceive it because it's either too big or too small. And so by that definition alone, and the fact that we only look at 0.0036% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum, some incredible number, we can perceive 0.000000, keep writing those zeros all the way down, 1% of the entire universe in our reality. And we know most of the universe and reality lies beyond that. And so that's fact. That's not supposition. That's reality. And we have to understand that this is an awfully big and complex universe. And there's other things besides physical distance. We talk about physical distance, but you understand quantum mechanics and quantum entanglement. There are some things in the universe that really don't follow the rules of a three-dimensional space and time. It's inconsequential. It's irrelevant. And I know for us as species, as a human physical species, that is our reality. It's hard for us to perceive a reality where space and time is irrelevant. But the fact is, those universes exist. And so we have to really recalibrate the way we think about things. If we want to imagine the unimaginable, we first have to redefine what unimaginable is.
A lot to think about, man. That's a big pill to swallow. Lou, you have a gold standard case that you look at you think back on?
They're all different. There's so many gold standard cases. The ones I can talk about because people know about it, like the Nimitz incident.
Okay.
But there's others that were.
But the other ones, okay, platinum standard.
Yeah.
Because if you can talk about the Nimitz and you consider that a gold standard, I mean, there's got to be something above that.
Yeah.
That
a lot.
And there's a lot.
Yeah.
In your mind, when you hear of a case or you see a case or you see a photo or a video floating around or whatnot, you have a Rolodex that you can compare it to.
Correct.
That you know for a fact is anomalous.
Right.
That is confirmed an anomaly.
Correct.
Are we going to see some of those cases in the near future?
That decision's not up to mine, but I certainly hope so. Let me give you an example without saying something specific.
Sure.
Okay. Let's say this coffee cup better yet, let's take a look at this water bottle. Let's say this is Earth, right?
Yep.
It's round, completely round.
Yep.
The way that gravity works is there are expected trajectories of things coming in and out of orbit. And especially if a satellite, let's say on retrograde, it comes in, that's how we know it's going to burn up over the Pacific Ocean. That's how we know at what time you can see the fireworks show in the sky, right? Of the rocket re-entering and burning up and the satellite and whatnot. There's an expected path that things take. Even ICBMs and missiles. If we were to launch on Russia or Russia were to launch on us, there's a very predictable pattern because it's physics. What you wouldn't expect looking at this as the Earth is something, because most things come in come in as an arc.
Yep.
You wouldn't expect something going straight down and then popping straight back up because the amount of energy required to do that is enormous.
Beyond our capability.
Well, certainly beyond our capability now.
Yeah.
And so when you see that and you have the data, and it's not just looking at it, it's hyperspectral data, and there's other ways to collect information besides the human eye. Remember, that's only 0.0036% of the spectrum, right? So that's a little narrow window. Let's get a big window here. Let's get all the data, baby. You know, give me all the frequencies, and I want to see everything. That's when you know you have something really special. Because sometimes, they say seeing is believing, but your eyes can fool you. Look, you're a magician. I mean, this is your trade, mate. Sleight of hand, making something appear to be one thing when it's really something else. So we need more data points. We need data to include beyond the visible spectrum. And that can tell you a lot. It can tell you heat, right? Things like infrared and what something is even made out of, because depending on the trail and the color, just like we look at a star and we can tell there's a planet around it. Why? Because we can tell actually the atmosphere of that planet and what it's composed of, because as light from that star travels through it and then eventually hits Earth in our eyes, we can say, oh, that planet's primarily nitrogen, or that planet's primarily hydrogen, that planet is composed of, methane, because the light behaves, it's absorbed by the type of gas. And so when you see something coming in and out, and if there happens to be a trail on it, you can look at that and you can analyze, okay, this is what it's comprised of because of the color, because of the length, because of the heat, all sorts of different things. So without giving away specific capabilities here, hyperspectral technology can be very, very informative. It can tell you a lot more than just simply seeing something on a camera. And so those are the ones that really get very compelling.
Especially when you also have footage.
Especially when you also have footage.
When you browse stuff and you're shown things online, are you ever just like meh because of what you've seen?
But that's not because it's not compelling. It's because I've been desensitized.
Because you've been desensitized.
I have, right. It's just like, a cop who comes across a crime scene and people are like, oh my God, that's horrific. He's like,
Okay.
It's unfortunate because that's just the reality of us. It's just like anybody who watches shows and horror shows on movies. Someone might say, "Oh, I don't like watching horror. That's disgusting." Someone says, "That's not really that bad." You get desensitized.
Yeah, it's like a magic trick. It's like knowing how a magic trick works. Yeah. And it's funny because I actually got to ask Bob Lazar that question. And he said, for the same reason, he said, it's exactly like a magic trick. Why doesn't the government talk about Bob Lazar?
Well, probably why they don't talk about me, I can imagine. We go against the grain. I've never met Mr. Lazar, to be honest with you, and for the record. So people say, well, what do you think of Lazar? I don't. I have no way to judge. I've never met the gentleman. I think he's saying his truth, whatever that truth may be, just like I'm saying mine.
Sure.
But look, the government has spent a lot of time doing the same thing to me. When I first came out, they even denied that ATIP was real. They even denied that I was part of it, right? Like I think somebody even accused, it wasn't even at the Pentagon. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? I mean, there's my desk. There's a safe that's got all the stuff in it. So I suspect if he is enduring the same thing, it'd be for the same reasons that they try to obfuscate. There's a saying we have. First of all, you deny everything, you admit nothing, and then you make counter accusations, right? And so there is this spectrum of efforts that happen when there's an inconvenient conversation to have in the government. The first thing they do is they deny it. And then when they can't deny it anymore, they'll start trying to take away someone's credibility, like they do with Dave Groove. 24 hours of him coming out and this, by the way, is American hero. This guy, I know personally. I worked with him at Space Force. He is exactly who he is. We had the same briefings together. We saw the same UAP data, right? So he comes out and says the truth. And within 24 hours, 2 guys from CIA leak medical data and try to use his PTSD against him. Now, how disgusting is that, right?
Oh,
and totally, by the way, if I were to go ahead in the government and release someone's private data, I'd go to jail. That's HIPAA violation. That is also there's PII information there, personal identifiable information there. There's medical
It's getting doxxed by the government.
That's being doxxed by the government. Shame on you. And you wonder why people are pissed. You wonder why people like me do what I do.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. Because that to me, you're getting to a point now in this conversation that is very near and dear to my heart. And I want to share something with you. A lot of people know, in my book, I talk about my mother passing away. And no, I'm not plugging the book. That's not why I'm here. I'm just simply saying that people know that because I was forthcoming about it. What some people may not know, and I only just started talking about it, was the death of my father. My father was a revolutionary in Cuba. He was part of the Bay of Pigs. In fact, if you type in my name and type in the word Bay of Pigs, you'll see his prisoner number. And he was a tortured and tormented soul because of it. But in his later years, he became very introspective. And so about a month before he passed away 2 years ago on Father's Day, I had the opportunity. I knew he was dying, but he wouldn't tell me. But I could tell he was dying, and I knew my time was limited. So he came out to visit me, and we had an opportunity to take a road trip together. So we're going to drive back down to South Florida together. And about halfway through the trip, I asked him a question, and I look back and I feel kind of guilty about it because I was kind of flippant, not expecting the answer that I got. And I said, Dad, what is the greatest threat to humanity? Now I'm thinking to myself, is it a natural calamity, an earthquake? Is it a nuclear war? Is it a biological pandemic, like COVID was? And he looks at me and he says, thought about it for a second, he says, corruption. I said, corruption? I said, like financial corruption? He says, no, son, corruption. Corruption in any form is the act of trading away one of your core values in exchange for something else. And whether it's religious corruption, moral corruption, governmental corruption, if you have corruption in government, then what winds up happening is you wind up chipping away, eroding the very foundation of a democracy. And when that occurs, it's a very, very quick and slippery slope down to total tyranny. And it's something my father actually had direct experience in. And so when you have in the government corruption, and people making decisions that they don't have the authority to make for reasons that they don't have the authority to even consider, and doing things like they did to Dave Grush and myself and other people, that's a problem because now the entire democracy is at risk. This is not just, hey, the government trying to insulate us. Hey, man, you're now going beyond the Constitution here, which is something we all agree with. And you're telling me now the Constitution doesn't matter and that I have to play by the rules and you don't. Hey, buddy, I don't know if you remember, but 1776 happened. People have a vote. And if you think that they're going to sit here and tolerate corruption, there's an old saying from Bob Marley, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And if you think you're going to do that, brother, that's not the government I signed up for. That's not the Constitution I signed up for. I didn't go to war to allow you to do that, because now, don't look now, but you're the enemy, right?
Yep.
And they have hijacked what the values of our country are, and they're making decisions they don't have the authority to make, right? When they're not informing Congress, they're not informing the president, and they're lying, that's a problem. I don't care what you can justify it all day long. I don't give a crap what your answer is. It's still wrong. There are laws and things you have to abide by. And so when you see that action of people trying to defame somebody, that is egregious. And to me, look out. Because you're now going into a territory here, into some very dangerous waters, that you're doing things that are against the very ethos of what it means to be a free society, and you don't have that permission. And by the way, I went to war for it before. Don't think I'll do it again. That's our Congress and our executive branch deserves better. And if you are some mid-level bureaucrat making decisions on behalf of the president and Congress for which you're not allowed to make, watch out, baby. You're going to have some serious explaining to do, as we like to say.
Yeah. And rightfully so. I think, the pursuit of that, and especially in defense of people who have given up something for, the freedom of people and the freedom of choice that people have, I think it should be valued and protected and upheld, to a standard, that I think most people should be on board with. I think that just goes without saying. It's egregious, like you said. I mean, I'm going to have to ask, 2027.
No, I don't know why people keep saying 2027.
Listen.
People are like, oh, Lou said 2027. No, I never said 2027. Stop, guys. I never said that. You know what happens is people in the internet have got way too much time on their hands. They will clip together interviews I have to create a false narrative.
Okay, so let me know, then what is it? Is it, Bledsoe has a hard date, by the way. He says Easter Sunday, 2026 is like his date. I've heard people say 2025 is when we begin this, whatever. And like it's obviously the goalpost is going to shift depending on what's been said. Recently, Jeremy Corbell in his special, in his 3-part special, at the end of it said that the government was intending on having some mass sighting or like a giant mothership come in and that, this is going to happen. And then 2027's been thrown around. Can you, for everyone's sanity, shed a little bit of light on this, just so we can stop being paranoid, or we can start, being paranoid?
Let me see if I can thread the needle on this.
Sure. Take your time.
I know a lot of people, this is nothing new. There's entire religions that plan for doomsday, right? The end of the world's coming. Then you have, then it's Y2K, and then, it's the end of the Aztec calendar, right? And, now, there is some speculation, and I won't say specifics, that there may be something in later on, but the problem is I wouldn't go to the bank with it. And what the specifics are, because it's first of all, it's hearsay. And it's also yes, there was an official effort by some people in the government to actually look at this data, and there were some products produced. That's a fact. I won't go into more detail than that, but it wasn't 2027.
Okay.
And it was based upon certain observations. And again, I'm very careful because what I don't want to do is people are going to take this, they're going to hang on to these words and say, Lou said something's coming. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there were some people who were anticipating something happening, and it was officially considered by some people based upon certain things, and a product was written. Anything beyond that, I don't want to discuss, because I think what happens is people take that and they take it to the bank.
Sure.
And that's very dangerous.
You don't want to give any credence to something that could be untrue.
Right. I mean, look, anything can happen, right? A tornado could hit your studio in 10 minutes from now. Could.
Yeah.
It probably won't, but it could, right? So we have to be very careful. There's no such thing as absolutes.
But it's when you say something was observed that people's ears tend to perk up.
Yeah. I mean, I can't go into more detail than that because, first of all, I didn't collect the data. I wasn't part of that effort. And thirdly, that's not really for me to discuss. But I don't think people need to be, panic at the disco and, oh my God, we've been down this road many times before. Let's stop speculating. Let's stick to what we know. And if it turns out that there's a revelation based upon of us all working together on this, and fine, maybe it is what it is. But we need to make sure we don't do ourselves the injustice by predicting and predicating things. I think that's a dangerous move. And I think unless the government comes out and says something, hey, you need to pay attention to this, then we probably should focus on other things.
I mean, and most people would probably agree with me, but if the government did say that, we might be questioning why they said that.
Right, sure.
And that leads me to another question. Do you rule out the idea that you might be being used to further some type of governmental agenda?
Always. You have to consider that.
Yeah.
I don't think I have rocked the boat sufficiently that, and I've made decisions that if that was the case, I don't think they would have anticipated. So I probably made their life very, very difficult. If I was supposed to be on some sort of agenda, I think I probably strayed from that agenda a long time ago.
But what if this I say 2027, but what if this future revelation is something like that?
Then it happens.
That you're not immune to that is what you're saying. Is that that might be,
Sure. Look, you don't know what you don't know, right?
That's right.
How do you know what you don't know? So is it possible there's some sort of master scheme there to manipulate Lou Elizondo and a few other insiders to get our message across? It is, but I'm also familiar with those techniques, and I think I would be able to see at least one telltale sign. No one's that good where you can keep the secret forever. I mean, you really, it would be really, really hard to do.
Have you ever had disinfo come across your desk?
Not at the Pentagon. No, well, foreign disinformation, sure. Yeah, that happens a lot. But actual disinformation on the UAP topic, not at all. No.
Not at all.
No, in fact, nobody wanted to talk about it.
Right.
So, you're not going to get disinformation is usually when people are at least talking about something and you want to affect a decision. But when no one's talking about it,
But you're aware of projects. Are you aware of projects of the UAP narrative being slightly obscured?
Look, they did in the 70s. Look, Air Force OSI penetrated civilian organizations, in violation of DOD 5240.1 and other rules and regulations, possibly Executive Order 12333, and conducted intelligence operations and propaganda and manipulation against the American people. By the way, what happened 2 days ago? A document came out from the CIA proposing it's okay to kill Americans if we want to go ahead and predicate a war and have an excuse to have a war with Cuba and an invasion. Now think about that for a minute. Wait. Who the hell are you to propose killing American citizens for a political agenda? Dude, that's worthy of a coup, man. Well, that's not American values. Don't look now, but you've now become the enemy that we all hate. You don't have the right to do that. And this is what fires me up. There have been some people who have made suggestions to conduct illegal activities to cover this topic up. And it's going to come out. It's going to come out in a few months. Just telling you, because I was victim to some of it when the American people find out the lengths that some people in the government are willing to go to keep something secret. It's gonna blow your mind.
Scary.
Yeah, and it's disappointing. I never thought my people. I won't say my government because I don't think it's reflective of the government. I think it's people in the government. Let's not forget, government is made up of people, right? And there are some good people and there are some bad people. And that old saying, "Absolute power corrupts absolutely." Maybe that's what we're dealing with. And so I want to make careful that I'm not accusing the government. I'm not labeling the government or mad at the government. What I'm mad at are those rogue elements inside our government that are making decisions that are not in the best interest of the American people and frankly that are against our Constitution. That is what motivates me to continue doing what I'm doing. And if I have to pay the ultimate price for it, then so be it. I knew that a while ago. Like I've told people, the only thing that's going to stop me is a bullet in the head, or maybe I got hit by a bus, or a car accident, right? Which has happened in the past. But I have to pursue the truth, and I think any real patriot who served time serving their country feels the same way. At the end of the day, we owe it to the American people. We owe it to our government. There's no excuse why a president wouldn't be briefed on something. There's no excuse why oversight committees in our Congress can't be briefed to something. And that's exactly what's happened. And that's a problem. And that's not a reflection of the guts. You can't say that's the government's fault. No, that's people in the government. It's their fault. And there's some people that will go to great lengths to keep information quiet.
And it's not just the people in the government, because what we've seen, I think, more frequently and more rampantly is these people who are working with the government.
Oh, yeah.
And
proxies and the media, some elements even in the media.
In the media, I think those tend to be a little bit more dangerous.
Well, we saw this right before this last election, right? I mean, there were people in the media who knowingly lied about people.
Mm-hmm.
We just had a landmark case against one of our major networks here, where there was a veteran where they tried to slander and lie about him.
Mm-hmm.
And defamation, and he won the case, right? And this is a huge media organization that was super well respected.
Yeah.
And it turns out there were journalists who had an agenda.
And then, I mean, look at everybody who's surprised by it.
Right.
Nobody, right? Nobody's surprised that the media would go through that lengths. But sometimes we are surprised to find out that these other contractors are involved in things like this. The big ones, the Raytheons, the Lockheeds, I mean, there's a few of them out there. One in particular, and, feel free to answer however you want to answer, because you've been asked about Lockheed in the past. You've been asked about, a lot of people are familiar with the Wilson Davis memo and all the stuff that went on there about like the inside program and people doing reverse engineering. What about EG&G? Where did they go?
I'm very careful not to mention companies specifically. I went through a year process through the Pentagon to even reveal a few of the names that I did in my book. And I was given very clear instructions not to deviate from that.
Okay.
So
because of your association with the Pentagon? Or
because of their association with the
sensitive
Pentagon.
nature? I see.
Because of their association with the Pentagon, and that some of these companies who've been responsible for doing some not very nice things in the past, I've been asked to,
Are you aware of EG&G even being part of the picture?
I know the name.
Okay.
I don't want to speculate one way or the other what I might have heard or what I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm not asking for speculation.
Sure. Yeah. No. I'm just, my point being is that look, there's, anytime you mention, especially in this topic, if I mention a particular name, there's liability issues, right? And you have to be they're real legal consequences.
Sure.
So unless you get it approved by the Pentagon, like I did, you got to be really careful. You can have the lawyers coming after you. So you got to be really, really careful. And, when you're someone like me who I'm living fairly modestly.
Isn't that convenient for the government though? Like, I mean, it seems to me, because these private corporations are protected. They are protected. We're not allowed to knock on their doors to find out what they're working on because it's private. It's got IP that we don't have access to, and so legally, and there's that fine line of like, well, I mean, then you can just knock on anybody's door and take anybody's technology and proprietary, information. But in this specific case, and which is why, people are trying to pass this UAP Act and trying to see that, like, hey, if there is recovered technology, then we should have access to it.
Right.
Congress should be aware of it and et cetera. But the fact is that there is a law preventing us from doing that.
Right.
It seems to me that that's a very convenient law.
Well, and this is part of the double-edged sword of any capitalistic society, right? You have free and fair competition until you don't, right? And so in theory, everything is free and fair competition, and that needs to be protected. And I understand that. And there's, I'll tell you something fascinating here. Do you know where the word corporation comes from?
I've never thought of it.
Corpus, meaning
body.
In the United States, you can actually, when you look at the tax laws, a corporation has the same exact rights as an individual.
Interesting.
And so when you have group of lawyers creating this corporation, this corpus, they're creating a living, breathing entity according to the rules and the rights of our country. They have to be recognized as an individual. And so they're afforded the same rights. And only when the great conjurers, the lawyers come back and they de-establish a corporation, and it is no longer a living body, right? Considered a living thing. And even then there's some rights that translate to that. So people understand that in the United States, corporations have the same rights and privileges as individuals, just like a human being. Rights to privacy, rights all
very
of them.
convenient.
Well, it can be abused. It works until it doesn't. So I want to make this clear. I understand why, because the U.S. is a capitalist society, and that's how we thrive.
Sure.
And we've all agreed to that. That's our social contract, that this is the type of government we want, and
I agree.
We want the rights. So if I have a company, I want my company to be protected, right? I don't care what it does. I want it to be protected.
And I want my private information to stay
private.
Yeah.
Right. So that's not a bad thing. The problem is when it's abused, and there's some gray areas, and that's why you have rules and regulations on how corporations, whether it's S Corp, C Corp, LLC, and I'm not going to, go into a class here about corporations, but it's something I know a little bit about because I was involved in it. And so we have to respect that. And then when you have a corporation, just like a human being that's got security clearances, that's working on national security type issues, they're even more protected, right? Because we don't want adversaries to get a hold of that technology, which is, again, understandable. I get it. The problem is when people in those corporations, not the corporation itself, people in the corporation are making decisions, just like people in the government are making decisions that are not consistent with the ethics and expectations that we have in these organizations.
For monetary gain and power, mostly.
Correct.
Okay, I got maybe a couple questions left, and then we're going to hop into the questions from the interns, if that's all right.
Yeah.
You've been great so far. Thank you so much for sticking through this with me.
Sure.
Okay.
Coffee helps, by the way.
I can get you another one here shortly. Okay. There is a documentary coming out that you've been a part of that we just saw that's been making the rounds, The Age of Disclosure. It seems like a big one. It seems like a Dopser dream team. I mean, there's a lot of people in that lineup.
Yeah.
Can you shed any light on what's to be expected in this documentary?
So I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
I'm very eager for it to come out. I have been part of facilitating a lot of the people who are in that movie to come forward. It's been a long project, probably about 3 years now. It's been done, as most people now know, sub rosa, right, in secret, because it's very important. And there's people that are being interviewed that have never come out publicly on this topic.
That we've not seen on the trailer.
You've not seen on trailer. I think people can well, you know what? People are funny, right? Because some people come back and say, wow, this is the definitive documentary. And then other people come out and say, meh.
Nothing burger.
Yeah, because you're not meeting their expectations, right? And so, I'm very, very, what I think it does, it certainly moves the needle in the right direction. Everything I try to do is to move the needle in the right direction. I think this film project is another example of some very brave Americans coming forward.
First-hand witnesses?
I don't want to give too much away. I'll let the audience decide for themselves. I want to be very careful what I say and what I don't say. But I do believe it's going to change the conversation irrevocably. And I'm very excited for it to come out.
Are you aware of any new footage of UAP or NHI being featured?
I can't discuss the details of the film. Like I said, I
have to ask on behalf of the audience.
Yeah, sure. I have not seen the film in its complete form, but you have some very, very significant information in that documentary.
Jay Stratton says,
not just Jay.
Okay.
That's
well,
right.
I mean, that is interesting. But Jay Stratton does say that he has seen an NHI. Do you know what he's referring to?
I do, but you have to talk to Jay about that. I don't like speaking on other people's behalf.
Okay.
You've probably noticed that in other interviews. I'm not a kiss and tell kind of guy.
Yeah.
And I'm the kind of guy that, if people want to throw rocks at me for that, that's fine.
No, I respect that, actually. I think that's probably the best move there. but is it safe to assume that you know what he's talking about?
I don't like to presume or assume anything.
Great.
Just have to.
Have you yourself seen NHI?
Let's share that one for a little later.
A little later, like after this airs?
Maybe never. No. Again, I am very restricted on what I can say and how I say it from the government. I still am a very loyal American. This conversation is continuing, and I think more will be forthcoming in time. And I'll leave it at that.
Can I ask one more?
You can ask whatever you want.
Because that's the one I want to know. How can I phrase this in a way that you can answer this? Are you aware of more than one type of NHI?
Let me see how I can answer this. Accuracy is very important. Being aware of is not necessarily the same as having proof of.
Okay? Roger.
Some people, let me give you a case. And by the way, even that proof of doesn't, even there's a double-edged sword with that. There's people that will say the earth is flat. They're flat earthers. No matter what you tell them, earth is flat. The fact that the earth is round is not a truth for them. When ancient sailors used to talk about sea monsters in the great ocean, Pacific and the Atlantic, and people said, well, that's not true. That's just their observation. And it turns out that there are blue whales and great white sharks and giant squid. It was just our interpretation at the time that made it difficult, right? We said, these are monsters. Well, the reason why people didn't believe in them, because we called them monsters. She said, hey, look, there's a giant mammal out there that looks like a dolphin, but just got a lot bigger. That's different than saying there's a giant monster out there that does this and that. I know I'm being evasive on this, and I'm trying to answer your question without.
Well, what I'm gathering from this is there a potential that some of these NHI might look a lot like us.
That's certainly a potential. We do camouflaging all the time, and as I mentioned on another interview some time ago, you can go to a zoo in Beijing right now, to the panda exhibit, and you'll see that the zookeepers wear these fuzzy little panda suits. And they do that because they don't want to perturb or disturb the local the pandas in their local environment. And so they feed them and they do whatever they do, but they have to wear a panda suit to do it. Now, is that a panda? No, it's not a panda. It's a human, badly acting as a panda. And probably the pandas realize it, but maybe they just say, I'm getting food, I don't care anyways. But it's an attempt to blend in. In intelligence, camouflage, and I don't mean camouflage necessarily physical camouflage like in a military unit. I mean mental camouflage. The ability to assimilate into an organization or a society is very important. And that's how spies work. Spies do their job because they're like a magician. They get away with doing things that most people don't perceive or see. And it's a way for us to protect ourselves and to do things. So it's not unusual. I want to give you an example, and I might get in trouble for this. So there are certain circumstances in the military where military personnel don't advertise their affiliation with the government. It doesn't say U.S. Army and Sergeant Johnson on there. They go in with sterile uniforms, and they do that for a reason. Because they are they don't want the affiliation of a formal government entity to be known. That in itself is a form of camouflage, blending in with the society. Army Special Forces do this all the time when they go into a country to train individuals in weapons tactics and things like that. You don't advertise, I'm a Special Forces guy, right? They got the long shaggy beard for a reason, because they don't want to look military. They're wearing civilian clothes and jeans and carrying a Kalashnikov for a reason, without getting into a lot of detail, right? So is is it a hard idea to say, well, look, if something is visiting us, would it want to blend in? There's certainly an argument for that.
Oh, okay. There's an argument for that. Is there evidence pointing to that being the case? Not proof.
Let me stay on the fence with that, because
Okay.
Again, knowing how people are predisposed to take information and run to the hills, Lou Elizondo confirms the existence of hybrids, right? That's what I'm trying to avoid, because Lou Elizondo is not.
You said
doing
it, not me.
Yeah, I know. Lou Elizondo is not confirming the existence of hybrids, for the record. Okay? So you heard that. But I'm saying, is it a possibility?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's a possibility. There's camouflage is not just a human thing.
Yeah.
Animals in the wild do it. Fish do it. Lizards and chameleons do it. Right. It's part of our natural ability to blend in. And if you ever want to see a master of disguise, look at an octopus. Right.
Yeah.
They do it for survival. So it's not. People say, well, you have to be a smart thing in order to try to camouflage and blend in. Not necessarily. That's not true. No, camouflage is seen throughout. There's a reason why my background is microbiology and immunology. Let me give you a perfect example. There are parasites and there are microorganisms that are parasitic that mimic healthy human tissue to evade the autoimmune response. And these are bacteria that don't have brains and high functioning, thought processes like we do. This is at a very basic elemental scale of our reality of nature. Nature is a master of mimicry, and there's a reason why even plants will sometimes have attributes that mimic other plants.
Yeah, but we're not talking about plants.
Well, but in the greater context of trying to answer your question without answering, is that a distinctly Earth thing, or is that any form of life that evolves to a certain point uses camouflage to blend in?
And we don't have that answer, but it's something that's being proposed. It's something that's being looked into.
It's certainly something that has been discussed.
But obviously, as someone who's in this topic, you're also aware of the other kind, the one that's a little bit more blatant in terms of observation, of not being from here.
Right.
Are there images or videos of these beings? Grays.
I don't want people to take this the wrong way, so I'm going to abstain from that answer. And it's not because I'm trying to be evasive and be like, "Oh, Luke confirmed." No, I didn't.
No.
There's a very specific reason why I'm on the fence with this.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it becomes more apparent soon, but I'm very careful not to commit one way or the other. Have I heard it? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
People that I trust and known and had the conversation. Yes. But I also haven't myself experienced that. So for me to say yes or no is not so. So what I'm doing is proposing, if people are having trouble understanding the question, they only have to look at Mother Nature to see countless examples where biology does it for them automatically. So is it that much of a stretch to look? We have stealth aircraft right now that can be confused as a bird because of its radar profile and radar return, right? And we do that on purpose. So I camouflage is something that is animals, all life forms on Earth at least, have been using that in mimicry since the beginning for survival.
Okay, we'll get off the NHI stuff. Thank you for answering those questions.
I know I didn't answer it.
No.
Your audience is going to be really pissed at me for that, but
I mean, I think your reluctance to answer some of these questions provides us with enough information, and I'm not going to assume anything, but I'm going to say that this topic is being taken seriously. And I think that
all options are on the table until they're not.
Yeah. And I when it comes to pilots, obviously you guys are thinking about that. Obviously there's a department that is all about the pilots. If you're the nuts and bolts guy, someone else is the pilot guy or girl. And it was
Consider me more of an airframe kind of guy.
Okay, airframe kind of guy. Okay, makes sense. But, I mean, even your background in microbiology, it does make it really interesting, because
I know I've had a lot of people approach me about that. Like, come on, it's not a coincidence of your background.
there was another 4chan whistleblower who claimed to be a microbiologist, and this is something I could maybe run by you eventually and have you look at what he wrote, but he basically dissected a gray alien and it says he was at, I forget the location, but essentially took these grays and from eyes to mouths to nose to the pores on their skin that secrete this like ammonia type stuff to the 4 fingers and the entire being. And this was posted to Reddit, and this is a massive file. It's very complex to look at. And I've shown it to experiencers and to, abductees. And it seems to coincide with all of the red flags that they've, perceived as well. And so, I would expect there at least to be, is there a department that is looking into just NHI?
Without getting into trouble, let me give you let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let's say hypothetically, you're doing something and one of your vehicles crashes, and so what do? We do a recovery mission, right? We go and say, okay, we're gonna recover our craft and get the pilot out of there. And how would you feel if when you get back and not only is the plane been taken away, but when you say, well, how's our pilot? They say, oh yeah, about that. We chopped them up in a bunch of pieces and studied them. Okay. So what you're saying is that there's nothing left to give back, right? How would you feel about that? Right. And what would the reaction be? Again, I'm a nuts and bolts guy. I'm not a biological guy.
Sure.
With that, but
that you're saying that's not a good thing to put out there.
Probably not.
Right.
Because, how would you feel if, you're out in the jungles and your helicopter crash, one of your buddy's helicopters crashes, and it turns out that the natives not only dismantled your helicopter but wound up chopping up the pilot into 1,000 pieces and oops, sorry about that, we didn't know. That's a whole nother can of worms if that turns out to be potentially the case. If it turned again let me cap it. If it turns out to be the case, that could be problematic. That's not a great way to have diplomacy, right?
Understood. Yeah. Okay. Interesting stuff, man. All right, we're gonna get to some questions from the interns. Probably a little lighter.
All right, hold on a second. Let me prepare myself. I'm a Gemini. I like long walks on the beach, pina coladas.
I mean, it's okay. Let me turn on this camera real quick.
Okay.
And while I set up the other camera, I thought it was interesting that we were sitting with the person who's partially responsible for turning the term UFO into UAP officially. So I thought it might be time to make UAP UFO again. You can pick these hats up at area52.shop. Hey, this is actually funny because it kind of has to do with what we were just talking about.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. Survey says your Q, I think, is supposed to be an S.
Oh, yeah, it could be. What does it say here? Oh, yeah.
Do you believe any sort of cohabitation between our species and the alien species exists? And this is from Hex 0811.
Correct, sir.
So, to Hex 0811, let me throw this at you. Most anthropologists agree that modern human species, Homo sapiens sapien, has been around between 200 to 400,000 years. Our Earth is roughly 4.5 billion years old, according to most scientists and geologists. And so we have really only been around in modern form for a very short period of time. And we've only been looking to the heavens with technology to actually allow us to look, and only been off this planet for the last 60 years. right? Out of that 400,000 years. And we've always been asking the question, are we alone? And we know life here on Earth is prolific. It's everywhere. It's all the places we never expected to be. It's miles beneath the Arctic ice. It's in the bottom of the oceans by the black smokers. There's life forms that every time we try to define what life is, Mother Nature wiggles her way out of the box. There was a time when I was taught that all life derived from photosynthesis. Turns out that's not true. Go to the bottom of the ocean. There's animals and critters that live off something called chemosynthesis around the black smokers. These very, very hot upwellings of water and minerals in deep oceans. There's bacteria that can live on the skin of the ISS space station, where the radiation levels are through the roof and the extremes of temperature, right? And every time we try to put Mother Nature in a box, we learn that we're wrong. And so in our quest to find intelligent life in the universe, in all that time, is it possible that life found us first? Is it possible that because the same way we detect planets with their atmospheres, someone detected us and said, hey, that's a really special little planet out there. We need to figure out what that's about. And it's not that this cohabitation of our species is something recent. Is it possible there's a long history there? In fact, when we were proto-humans, is it possible that some sort of advanced species was already observing us? The universe is very old. And even the Earth being 4.5 billion years old, the universe is much older. We're a third, maybe fourth generation star system, which means the stuff that made our star came from another star, which came from a supernova, which before that became from a hypernova, which before that became from, so even our Earth is it's relatively young in the scale of the universe. Is it possible that in our attempts to find intelligent life out in the cosmos that it has found us first? I think it's certainly possible. I think it's more than likely.
Yeah, we are not alone. Okay. Next question here. See how this one goes.
Cattle and human manipulations.
Mutilations.
Yeah, mutilations, right? Yep. Cattle and human mutilations don't seem to get discussed. What's your take on this? And this is from Senzubin.
Yeah.
Senzubin, okay. We know of the observables in the Pentagon. We always talked about the 5 observables, but we've always maintained there's actually 6. One of them is biological effects. So, the word, I think the issue here is the word mutilations. We are superimposing 2 different things. A mutilation is usually something very negative, and it's usually a crime. And so we hear about cattle mutilations. Why? Because a cattle is the sovereign property of the farmer, and if an animal gets hurt or injured or destroyed in a deliberate fashion, or whether it's by an animal predator or human or anything else, it's a mutilation. Human mutilations usually have something called human experience, not a mutilation. Most of the people, they refer to themselves as quote unquote experiencers, will relay either a very positive or very negative sensation. But mutilation is usually not ascribed because it's not permanent. It doesn't result in death like it does for a cow, for example.
No, there's been some examples.
Yeah, well, yeah, there are some outlying stories of individuals have been
with similar effects that the cows had.
Sure. Well, the cows aren't
or the
around.
Horses.
Usually the cows and horses aren't around to tell you their story.
Right.
What we're left is with a body that's in the process of decomposition, advanced decomposition in some cases, that appear to have some sort of surgical precision without loss of blood and instant cauterization of blood vessels, right?
Without a trace of...
Right. And I've spoken to an individual who worked for the Department of... make sure we don't get him in trouble. He was a USDA person who happened to be also a veterinarian. And so he worked for the government, but he was also a senior veterinarian somewhere out west. And I had a chance to speak to him. And he told me point blank, look, what's happening to some of these cows, it's not natural predation, and it's not us. Something is doing this, and we're very concerned within his office. As far as humans, there are people that we have like Dr. Gary Nolan, who focused on the biological effects, however you want to describe that, right? However you want to describe that, where there does seem to be, at least in some cases,
brain scarring and
the guarate putamen, correct. So where there's been specific morphology. Now the question is, we have to ask, is it deliberate? Look, it could just be a product of the technology. If I stick my head too close to a microwave oven while the microwave oven is on and the door is open, don't be surprised if I get, severe negative medical consequences. I'm putting my head next to radiation, right? It's not the fault of the microwave. It's just doing what it does. If you get near some advanced technology that you don't understand, don't be surprised if something happens, right? If I'm at an airport and I jump on a 737, hey, no threat. But if I'm at an airport and I jump onto the tarmac, the runway where that airplane is, and its engine is throttling up, what's going to happen? Well, I'm going to go deaf. I'm going to get burned. Bad things happen. Is it the fault of the airplane? No, it's my fault. I got too damn close to it, right?
Yeah.
So
that's for humans, but for the cattle part, I mean, that just seems
right. Well, so let's go back to the question. Cattle and human relations don't seem to get discussed.
Well, not publicly.
Well, but we're discussing it now.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
and what's my take on it? My take is that there are some similarities, but there's also some very significant differences. From what I have learned and been privy to. Again, I am not an expert on bovine. I'm not an expert on equine.
Yeah.
And I wasn't part of the,
It could just be like because it's scary when you see these animals.
Yeah.
And they're
it's disturbing. It really is.
Incredibly disturbing. And they're lovely animals who you didn't ask for that. And, when you see them in the state they're in.
But don't we do the same though? Like, not to be obvious, but don't we do the same to those
rats,
animals?
We do the same to those animals specifically.
We eat them.
Yeah.
Brother, we put them in a place where they're with a bunch of other animals. They know they're going to die.
Correct.
Because they would put them through this awful little runway where they're forced to run down. And the next thing they know, they got a bullet in the brain or they're getting a throat slashed.
Yep.
And they're choking on their own blood.
You're correct.
So, when we say cattle mutilations, that's awful. Well, what's really awful? We do the same thing.
But we also don't advertise that. And that's my point. I think for the same reason is why it doesn't get discussed. We don't talk about the, deplorable conditions in these farms that these, pigs get slaughtered in.
Yeah,
or like
terrible. Terrible.
But we don't talk about it. We don't advertise it.
Right.
Could it be that that's the same reason we don't talk about these cattle mutilations?
Well, possibly. We also don't know that maybe these cattle are being selected. Maybe they're being dispatched or perhaps killed before that happens. Right? We're assuming and presuming it's all happening at once. And these poor defenseless animals have, they're just being tortured. That may not be the case at all.
Yeah.
It could be they're being euthanized.
Right.
And then they're doing, and then, okay, well, just put it there in a far corner there where it'll naturally decay. And well, the dumb humans come across it. Okay. But it's what we're doing. I mean, it's, we as a species do that. We go all the time. Look, we mutilate animals all the time. I mean, go to some of these. I want to be careful here. I don't upset anybody, but go to some of these wet markets, right?
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen the way some of these animals are, and they're living and breathing and conscious, and they know what's going to happen to them. Dogs, cats, right? Animals, birds. Cattle mutilation. If you ask me, that's a hell of a lot more humane than the crap we do.
Yep. All right. Good take. I like it.
And we do it to ourselves too, unfortunately.
That is true too. Okay. Last one from the audience here.
That's a good one. It's like a game show. I love it.
Like I said, I'm old school, so I remember the shows, the game shows that did that, right?
Train stations.
Yeah. What is more interesting regarding the UAPs and related phenomena? The sky or the sea? Wow. And this is from Dennis W. Dennis W., good question. All of them were good. Let me see if I can do this. Well, interesting is subjective, right? So if you're to me, well, to most people, if you're an aerospace person, then the atmosphere.
No, what I mean to you, this question is directed for you.
No, but I'm saying here, I'm looking at it through a specific lens. So
I see.
I'm caveating
I apologize.
first.
Okay.
So people know that I'm not, the reason why my perspective is the way it is because it's to me in my background.
Okay,
right?
I got you.
So if you come from an aerospace background, the things in the sky are very, very interesting. If you come from an oceanographic perspective, let's say like Tim Gallaudet, then the undersea things seem to be more interesting because you are an expert in those areas. And when you see the UAP performing the way they're performing, whether you're an aerospace guy or an undersea guy, it's pretty amazing, right? So you're like, oh, wow, how is that possible? I mean, yeah, the air stuff is interesting, but the water is so dense and how is that possible, right? And then the aerospace guy says, yeah, but we're going to, these things are coming in from outer space and do you understand the physics involved? And so it's important to caveat that because one is not more important than the other. It's no different than you driving what's more interesting when you're driving your car? Do you like driving your car in the rain or the snow? Well, it depends. If you're not used to driving in the rain, you'd rather drive in the snow. If you're not used to driving in snow, I'd much rather drive, am I from Florida or am I from Buffalo, New York? Right. So it's going to be different for people with those backgrounds. For me, I find very interesting the stuff that is in the sky, but not for the reason you might think, not because of my background in aerospace, because frankly, it's a cop-out. It's easier to collect the data. For me, look, we've got so much things, airborne capability, spaceborne capability, ground capability, radars, and all this other stuff. And it's easier to collect the data and more people see it. Underwater, it's very tough. And unless you have a collection capability right there, chances are you're not going to catch it. So it's not as frequent and not as often. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen just as much. It just means that we don't have the persistent surveillance capabilities that we do above the water. Right. And people, look, we're terrestrial things. We live on land, right? We can see the sky. We don't live underwater. We're not a fish or a shark, right? So for me, I find what's in the sky very interesting, but only because the data is more available. And it's easier to make a determination what is conventional technology. They're confused between that. No, that's actually an airplane, 737 on its way to LA, or that is a satellite, or that's part of Starlink, or that's part of a, whatever that may be, versus undersea.
It's more of a puzzle up there.
It's more of a puzzle up there. Underwater, we have less information, but it's also, to me, more scary. Because it means it's a lot closer, right? If these things are from the ocean, now it's like, ooh, wait a minute, we're neighbors, And next time I'm on a Carnival cruise ship, heading to the Caribbean, is it possible one of these things are below us, right? That's an awfully deep ocean, like I said, and it's interesting to consider. It's a really good question, but my answer is keep in mind it's subjective.
Yep. Yeah.
B, it's unqualified because I'm not an expert in the ocean.
Sure.
And C, it's a cop out for me because it's easier. There's just simply more data for me to go through.
Yep. All right. Great answer. All right, man. Dude, we almost pulled 3 hours here.
Did we?
Yeah, that's crazy. One more favor I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to sign 2 of these. Well, 3 of these. One of them's for me. And I bought 2 extra ones because we're going to give some away.
I love it.
To the audience. We're going to give them a chance to get a signed copy here. Guys, simply if you'd like to win one of these signed copies, make sure you're subscribed, like this video, and then comment below your favorite part of this podcast or this discussion. Some piece of information that you found interesting that Lou let slip through the cracks. And I'm going to choose one of you there. And the other one is going to be an intern. So if you want to increase your chances on winning one of these, because there are far fewer interns than there are people watching this, you can go ahead and join our membership by clicking the join button, or go ahead and go to, is it patreon.com/area52investigations and join for $5 a month there, and we got all sorts of extra stuff. But I'll be choosing one of our interns to win the other signed copy. Thank you so much for watching. And Lou,
thank you to all of you. I don't know which primary camera, but to all of you, thank you for your time. Hopefully I didn't drone on and bore the hell out of you. Talk to my wife. She'll tell you I bore the hell out of people all the time. But thank you truly. And if you don't mind, just so you know, you are making the difference. This is only possible because of you. And not only are other people listening, but governments of the world are listening to you. So thank you for your courage and having the curiosity in this topic, a topic that was once perceived as being, according to the American Psychological Association, as being an extreme form of deviance. Thank you for being curious. Thank you for your courage, being part of this conversation with us. And we do it for you. So thank you and God bless.
Thanks, man.
You got it, brother.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. My honor and privilege.
Low taper low taper the beam is massive.
deep.